Here, I want to present you the outline of the 28 days challenge. One day consists in 2 or 3 short lectures that you can see here. In one lecture, you will find translations, phonetics and pronunciation exercises, synonyms, etymology and memory tips, new words and expressions in context with little chunks of conjugation, HD images to help you memorize words and phrases, question and answer lectures, and quizzes to test your knowledge. If you feel I'm speaking too fast, you can slow the video here. And you can also pause the video to read the screen at your own pace. Check out the colors. Here we have 2 different sentences. The sentences will always be divided in 3 parts. And in a short time, you will be able to build your own sentences by switching the groups of words of the same color. Don't forget to download the useful material that are prepared for you, like the full audio version and the PDF flashcards, where you can take some useful notes. If you need to communicate with me, and if you have any question during the course, don't forget that you can join me at the private Facebook group. I will always be here to help you. Here we begin with our first word, the word faire. It is one of the most useful words and one of the most used words. Faire. What could it be in English? Can you guess? Faire. It's really quite easy. To do. Faire, to do. Yeah? Look carefully how to write it. F-A-I-R-E. In French, F-A-I-R-E. The 2 letters here make the sound E. And in French, there are many ways, many different ways to write the sound E. In the course, we will see that also. And let's check out how to write it in the phonetic alphabet. At the beginning, it's going to be a bit tricky, but by the end of this course, with a bit of practice, it will have no secret for you, the phonetic alphabet. Here, faire. Look carefully at my mouth when I pronounce it. Faire, faire, with the French R at the end. Faire, faire. And now it's your turn, yeah? First, I say it, and when you see that logo, you have to say it after me. Faire. Once again, faire. And now we want to know how to remember the words that we have just seen. We can remember a word through objects, through images, through gestures, through synonyms, etymology, or similar words. Here we will do it with an object. Look carefully. Please now pause the video and grab a notebook. Yes? Then you will repeat after me. Je dois faire mes devoirs. Je dois faire mes devoirs. I have to do my homework. Your brain will now build a strong link between that notebook and the new word. Yes? It will build a really strong link. Now, that logo here stands for synonym or similar words. In this case, it is a similar word. Faire, it's quite the same as préparer. Okay? And now we will see the origin of the word. It means its etymology. Du latin facere. Facere in Latin, it means accomplir in French. It means to accomplish. And in English, can you guess the English word that has the same root? It will really help you memorize the French word. facere. Facere. Yes, it has given the word factory. In a factory, it's where you prepare, where you do some objects. It has the same roots. Now, we want to use that word in context. It means in a global phrase, so as to remember it in an easy way. L'étudiant, the student. L'étudiant, the student. Fait, l'étudiant fait. Does, it means it's here at the third person of the singular form. L'étudiant fait, does. L'étudiant fait beaucoup de devoirs. L'étudiant fait beaucoup de devoirs. The student does a lot of homework. Remember, in the other lectures, you will find the same structures. So don't hesitate to switch a green block with another green block of another lecture, or a red block or an orange block with another orange block from another lecture. And then you will be able to build your own phrases. And now, look carefully at the final image. It will really help you to memorize the sentence if you make a link between the image and the sentence. Great! Now, let's go to the next lesson. C'est parti pour la prochaine leçon. Et maintenant, la nouvelle série de questions-réponses avec quelque chose de très important au restaurant. And now, the new question and answers with the topic the restaurants. Attention, regardez bien les questions-réponses. Cela va être très important. It is really important, isn't it? Regardons la première question. Let's check out the first question. Combien coûte le menu? Combien coûte le menu, s'il vous plaît? Please, s'il vous plaît, please. Combien coûte le menu? Combien coûte le menu? How much does the menu cost? Et la réponse, and the answer, c'est 25 € avec le café inclus. C'est 25 € avec le café inclus. It's 25 €, coffee included. Avec le café inclus, coffee included. Question suivante, next question. Vous avez du poisson? Vous avez du poisson? Don't hesitate when you ask, when you do that exercise that we are doing now, don't hesitate to do some gestures, yeah? Like that is a fish, no? It will help you memorize the question, the whole question. Vous avez du poisson? Do you have fish? And the answer, et maintenant la réponse, oui, et également des crustacés. Crustacés. Oui, et également des crustacés. Yes, and also shellfish. On passe à la nouvelle série de questions. Let's check out the next question and answers. Regardons maintenant les questions et réponses suivantes. Regardez attentivement la prochaine question. Je peux prendre votre commande? Je peux prendre votre commande? May I take your order? Je peux prendre votre commande? Et la réponse? Non, nous ne sommes pas prêts. Non, nous ne sommes pas prêts. No, we are not ready. Nous devons choisir. Prochaine question. Voulez-vous commander à boire? Voulez-vous commander à boire? Do you want to order a drink? Do you want to order a drink? Et la réponse, and the answer, regardez. Oui, une bouteille de champagne, s'il vous plaît. Oui, une bouteille de champagne, s'il vous plaît. Du champagne français, bien sûr. French champagnes, of course. Yes, a bottle of champagne, please. On continue avec la prochaine série de questions. Let's check out the last series of questions and answers. Vous allez prendre du dessert? Vous allez prendre du dessert? are you going to have dessert? Are you going to have dessert? And the answer, la réponse, non, je fais un régime. Je fais un régime. No, I'm on a diet. No, I'm on a diet. Le repas vous a plu? Le repas vous a plu? La réponse, did you like the meal? What is the answer? Regardez la réponse. Oui, nous avons beaucoup aimé. Oui, nous avons beaucoup aimé. Yes, we liked it a lot. Yes, we liked it a lot. Allez, on continue vers la prochaine leçon. Let's continue to the next lesson. Congratulations! You have taken the first step. You have finished the day 1. Now, I encourage you to continue with the day 2. See you tomorrow. Et maintenant, attention, un mot important, un formulaire. Un formulaire. What can it be? Have you guessed? Un formulaire. Un formulaire, un formulaire. A form. A form. Yeah? A form. Name, surname, family name, yours. Yeah. Un formulaire. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Un formulaire. The E at the end, you don't hear it. And a good tip, 99% of the time, when you have a consonant here and then a vowel, and most of it an E, you don't hear the E, but you hear the consonant. Formulaire. You hear the R, but you don't hear the E. Okay? Quite every time you see that configuration, consonant and E, most of the time you hear the consonant, but you don't hear the E. Okay? Really important for the pronunciation. Un formulaire. Look at how to pronounce it in the phonetical alphabet. Formulaire. Here it's a U. 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 Formulaire. Formulaire. And now it's your turn. Formulaire. Once again, formulaire. Great, and we continue. We want to remember that word through a similar word and through what? Through the etymology of that word. Here we have a similar word, a survey, un questionnaire. Un questionnaire, un formulaire. It's really a synonym. Un formulaire, un questionnaire. And here we have the etymology. Du latin formare. Formulaire, it's quite similar to formare because it's its root. Formulaire, formare, composer, to set up. Formulaire, formare en latin, composer, to set up. And now we want to use it in context. Let's see a whole phrase. Le formulaire, here it's the subject, the actor. Le formulaire donne, donne, gives. Le formulaire donne des informations. Le formulaire donne des informations. The form gives informations. Here we have something really interesting again. Here at the plural form, here we have des. We have an article. In English, we don't have that article. In French, please remind, you have to use always articles. Le formulaire donne quoi? The formula or the form gives what? Gives some informations, yeah? Or informations. Des informations. Toujours avec un article. Le formulaire donne des informations. And now we want the picture. It's going to help us to remember the words. Le formulaire donne des informations. Ici, le nom, le prénom, l'âge et l'adresse. The name, the family name, the age, and where you live, your address. Et maintenant, continuons vers la leçon suivante. And now, continue to the next lesson. Et maintenant, le mot suivant, le mot demander. Don't hesitate when you pronounce the word to cut it in 2 or 3 parts. It's really going to be helpful if you want to pronounce it in a good way. Demander. Regardez maintenant et essayez de deviner quel est ce mot to ask. To ask, demander. Really important word. Demander. Look at how to write it. Demander. Here the only difficulty is en, the sound en. A-N is the sound en in French. It's a nasal sound, so a bit of air has to come here through your nose. Demander. Put your finger here to check if a bit of air is coming here out of your nose. Demander. En. Demander. And now check out how to pronounce it with the phonetical alphabet. De with the E at the other side. Demander. Demander. And now it's your turn. I want you please to repeat after me. Demander. Once again, demander. Très bien. Et maintenant, essayons de nous rappeler du mot. Let's try to remember that word, for example, using an object. Je demande une glace. Madame, une glace, s'il vous plaît. Merci, madame. I ask for an ice cream. Je demande une glace. Et maintenant, je mange une glace. I eat an ice cream. Très bon, très bon, très bon. Je demande une glace. I ask for an ice cream. On continue avec un mot similaire. We continue with the similar word. The word solliciter, to request. Demander, to ask for. Solliciter, to request. And the etymology of the word demander, check it out, du latin mando. Chargé d'une mission. Quite interesting here, the etymology. In the Latin, in the old Latin language, mando was chargé d'une mission, to assign someone with a mission. And that came to be the word to ask for. Demander. Now, we want to use it in context, in a phrase. Maintenant, utilisons ce mot dans une phrase en contexte. Cyril, it's the subject, the actor of the phrase. Cyril demande. He asks for. Here we don't have an S in French. We have an S in English, but we don't have an S in French. Cyril demande une glace. Cyril asks for an ice cream. Cyril demande une glace. Et regardons maintenant l'image pour mieux nous rappeler du mot. Let's check out the image to remember in an easy way the word. Regardez bien l'image, essayez de mémoriser l'image et le mot et la phrase pour pouvoir mieux vous en rappeler. Try to build a link between the image and the new word that you are learning. It's really going to be helpful. Cyril demande une glace. Et maintenant, allons directement à la leçon suivante. Let's jump to the next lesson. Good job! You have managed to complete the day 2. Now we go for the day 3. Goodbye, we see us tomorrow. Et le mot suivant, le mot sage. Je suis sage. Je suis sage, what could it be? Je suis sage. I am what? I am well behaved. Well behaved, a long word, but in French, a really short word. Sage, je suis sage. Look at how to write it. S-A-G-E. S-A-G-E. The last letter, we don't hear it. Sage. And here, that one, you have to pronounce it J. J. Sage. Look at how to write it in the phonetical alphabet. Sage. And now, it's your turn. Please repeat after me. Sage. Once again. Sage. Great. And now we want to remember the words. For example, through a mimic. Sage. Passage. Sage. Passage. Not well behaved. I am not well behaved. On continue. Un synonyme. Docile. Docile. Sage. It's really a similar word. Sage, docile. Docile, compliant. Docile, compliant. Et maintenant, l'étymologie du latin sapiens. I am sure you already know that word. Sapiens. We are sapiens. We are supposed to be well behaved. Du latin sapiens, qui a du jugement. Who have some common sense. Yeah? That means sapiens. Sapiens. And that has given the word sage. So, if you remember sapiens, it's going to be easier for you to remember the word sage in French. Well behaved. Et maintenant, utilisons ce mot en contexte. Now, let's use that word in a phrase. In a phrase, regardez bien, cet enfant, this child, this in the masculine form, yeah? In the feminine form, it would not be written so. It would be written C-E-T-T-E at the end. T-E. You have to aggregate T-E to make the this word, but in the feminine French form. Cet enfant, this child, n'est pas, that is interesting. Here it's how to make a negative sentence. Here in the middle we have the verb, and at both sides we have ne and pas to make a negative sentence, yeah? Cet enfant n'est pas, this child is not, cet enfant n'est pas sage du tout. Cet enfant n'est pas sage du tout. This child is not well behaved at all. Here, at all, it is translated in du tout. Cet enfant n'est pas sage du tout. This child is not well behaved at all. And now let's continue with the image, so as to remember it in an easy way. Regardez l'enfant. Regardez cet enfant. Cet enfant n'est pas sage du tout. That child isn't well behaved at all. Et on continue avec la prochaine leçon. Let's continue, please, to the next lesson. Et le mot suivant, le mot heureux. Heureux. Je suis heureux. It's an adjective. What could it be? Heureux. Quite strange, the pronunciation now. Heureux. Try to guess. Heureux. Triste. Heureux. What could it be? Happy. Really important words. Happy. What would be life without happiness? Que serait le monde sans être heureux? Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Check out how to write it. H-E-U-R-E-U-X. The X at the end, you forget it. You don't have to pronounce it, yeah? But you have to pronounce the E-U and the E-U. E-U here is E. In the middle, we see the French R. It's a bit special to say, but it's not so difficult now. R. It's just R. Heureux. And the H at the beginning, we don't hear it neither. So we don't hear the first letter, we don't hear the ultimate letter. We just hear E-U, E, and R, and then EU. It's once again E. So, heureux. Check out how to spell it. Heureux in the phonetical alphabet. Heureux. Yeah? And now it's your turn. Repeat after me. Heureux. Once again. Heureux. Great. And now try to remember the word. So, to remember the word, you know, you can use objects or you can use mimics also with your phrase. When you say out the word, try to have a happy face. Heureux. Like me, yeah? Heureux. Okay? Let's continue. Synonym. A synonym word. It's a synonym. We can say it. Ravi. I am pleased. I am happy or I am pleased. Je suis heureux. Je suis ravi. It's really similar. Really, really similar. And now the etymology. Du latin heure. H-E-U-R. From the Latin word heure. Avoir de la chance. Quite interesting here to know the etymology also, no? Heure, the word heure in Latin, it means to get the chance to. Okay? If you remember that, it will be easier to remember the word heureux. Et maintenant, utilisons ce mot en contexte. Let's use that word in context, in a phrase. Check out that. Ce vieux menuisier, vieux adjective means old in the masculine form. Vieux, ce vieux menuisier, this old carpenter, menuisier, carpenter, menuisier, carpenter. This, ce, in the masculine form. Ce vieux menuisier, this old carpenter, et le verbe être, the verb to be, this old carpenter is, ce vieux menuisier est assez heureux. Assez, really important word also, assez, quite happy. This old carpenter is quite happy. Ce vieux menuisier est assez heureux. Heureux here, masculine. Yeah, at the feminine form, it's written in another way. H-E-U-R-E-U-X à la fin for the masculine form, and H-E-U-R-E-U-S-E-S-I at the end in the feminine form. Elle est heureuse. She is happy. Elle est heureuse. Ok? Maintenant, on continue avec l'image. Let's continue with the image to check out if he seems happy or not. Oh, he seems happy. He seems happy. Ce vieux menuisier est assez heureux. With his red hair, yeah, he seems happy. Ce vieux menuisier est assez heureux. Et maintenant, on continue directement avec plein de dynamique sur la prochaine leçon. Let's continue with dynamism to the next lesson, please. On continue. C'est parti. Well done! Now we go for the day 4. You're on the right track. Have a nice day. See you tomorrow. Et maintenant, le mot suivant. Le mot vide. Je répète, vide. What could it be? Regardez la traduction en anglais. Look at the translation. Vide, empty. Quite easy how to write it also. Vide. V-I-D-E. Really easy. And how to pronounce it? Really easy also. V-I-D. And now, it's your turn. I want you to repeat, please. Vide. Once again, vide. Great. And I want you to pay attention to the last letter here. Vide, we write it, but we don't hear it, like many words in French that ends with an E. Now, we want to remember that word. And here, something interesting. Do you know what? To remember words in an easy way, you can also use some objects, yeah? Like that. Ce verre, that glass, ce verre est vide. Ce verre est vide. Don't hesitate to do some gestures, yeah, you know, and don't hesitate to use some objects also, because your brain will make a link between the word and the object. Really, really important. Please do it. It seems a bit ridiculous maybe, but it's really efficient. Please do it. And we continue. Vide, désert. Ça, c'est donc un mot similaire. It's a similar word. Vide, empty, et désert, desert. Yeah? Try to make the link between the word and that similar word. C'est vide, c'est désert. And now the etymology. Et maintenant l'étymologie. Cela vient du verbe latin vacare, vider, to empty. Quite easy. Now we want to use that word in context. Really useful also. Regardez, nous allons essayer d'utiliser ce mot en contexte dans une phrase, in a phrase. Votre calendrier, ceci est un mot nouveau, attention, votre calendrier, your calendar, votre calendrier, et le verbe être, is, to be, the verb to be, your calendar is, votre calendrier est complètement vide. Votre calendrier est complètement vide. Your calendar is completely empty. Votre calendrier est complètement vide. Vide comme ce verre. Completely empty, like this glass. On continue et on termine avec l'image. Regardez l'image pour vous rappeler du mot. Look at the image to remember the word. Votre calendrier est complètement vide. Here we can see her calendar. It seems to be empty. Votre calendrier est complètement vide. Et maintenant, continuons avec la leçon suivante. And now, let's continue to the next lesson. Et maintenant, continuons avec le mot signer. Let's continue with the verb signer. Signer. Try to guess what it is. Really easy, that one. I'm sure you guessed. Signer, to sign. Signer, to sign. Look carefully how to write it. Signer. The only difficulty here is the ñ, that special sound. Look at how to pronounce it with the phonetical alphabet. Signer. That sound is ñ. Signer. Signer. And now it's your turn. Signer. Once again, signer. Très bien. Et maintenant, on continue. Nous voulons nous rappeler du mot. Now we continue. We want to remember that word through etymology or through a similar word. Here, for example, we have the similar word certifié. Certifié, to certify. It's not completely the same as to sign, but it may help to make a link, and so you can learn two words instead of only one. And something really important, if you want to remember that word in an easy way, you can do some gestures, or you can use some objects. Here, I'm going to use one object, a sheet of paper. I have here to sign a document. So, I'm going to sign it here. Voilà, je vais donc signer le document. Et voilà, le document est signé. J'ai signé le document. I did sign the document. Signé, certifié, certifié, a similar word. And now we want to know the etymology. Du latin signo, marqué d'un signe. To stamp or to mark. Now we want to use it in context. Essayons maintenant d'utiliser ce mot en contexte avec une phrase, par exemple, with a phrase, for example. Stéphane, it's the subject of the phrase. It's the actor. Stéphane signe. Stéphane signe. He signs. Stéphane signe. Il signe quoi? What does he sign? Stéphane signe son inscription. Son inscription. Stéphane signe son inscription. Stéphane signs his registration. Et maintenant, on continue avec l'image. Now we continue with the image. It's really going to help us to remember the word. Regardez bien l'image. Regardez, voilà. Stéphane signe son inscription. Et maintenant, continuons directement vers la prochaine leçon. Let's continue to the next lesson. Great effort! You're on day 4. Take care. We see us tomorrow for the day 5. Continuons avec le prochain mot, un permis de conduire. Essayez de deviner. Un permis de conduire. Look at how to write it. Un permis de conduire. What could it be? It's not a steering wheel. No. A driving license. A driving license. Un permis de conduire. Attention. Permis, you don't hear the S at the end here. De, you hear everything. De, conduire, you don't hear the E at the end. Un permis de conduire. Regardez comment cela s'écrit avec l'alphabet phonétique. Look at how to write it in the phonetical alphabet. Permis de conduire. And now it's your turn. Try to repeat it after me. Un permis de conduire. Once again, un permis de conduire. Très bien. Maintenant, nous allons essayer de nous rappeler du mot. We are going to try to remember the word. Un permis de conduire. Don't hesitate to do that gesture to remember the word. Un permis de conduire. Regardez, une autorisation. Un permis, to permit, no. Un permis, une autorisation, an approval. If you know both words, and if you make a link between them, here in your brain, it's really going to help you to remember those two words. Et maintenant, regardez l'étymologie du latin ducere, mener, to lead to. On continue avec son utilisation en contexte. Let's check out how to use it in context. Regardez bien. Attention, voici une phrase. Antoine, it is a French name. Antoine présente, shows, présente, without an S at the end. Here in English you have an S, in French you don't have. You only have an S at the second person of the singular form. Présente, tu présentes, it's with an S. Antoine présente, without S. Je présente, without S. Antoine présente son permis de conduire. Antoine présente son permis de conduire. Antoine shows his driving license. And let's jump to the picture to be able to remember the word in an easier way. Regardez, ici, on le voit, il est derrière. Il est derrière la police. He's behind the police, yeah? On le voit, il est là. Antoine présente son permis de conduire. Et maintenant, continuons directement vers la prochaine leçon. Let's jump to the next lesson. I hope you will not need, in your next travel, I hope you will not need that word. Le mot malade. J'espère que vous n'allez pas en avoir besoin. I hope so. Malade, what can it be? Malade, c'est le mot sick. Je suis malade. I am sick. Look at how to write it. Really easy. Malade. And check again the last letter, the letter E. You don't hear it, like most of the French words that end with a consonant, like here, and an E. Malade. The last letter that we hear is the D. malade. Look at how to pronounce it. Malade. 2 syllables. And now it's your turn. Malade. Once again, malade. Great! And now we want to remember that word. Through what? Through a similar word, like souffrant. Je suis malade, je suis souffrant. I am sick, I am suffering. It's quite the same and it can help you remember the word. And through what else? Through its etymology. Et grâce à quoi? Grâce à son étymologie. Malade, du latin male habitus, from the Latin word male habitus, en mauvais état, in poor conditions. Okay? The word malade comes from the Latin word male habitus, en mauvais état, in poor condition. Quite interesting to know. And now we want to use it in context. Yeah? In the whole phrase, so that it is easier to remember. Regardons maintenant la phrase. Les médecins, doctors. Here, really important, in French you have an article to show the plural. In English, you only have the S at the end. In French, you also have the S at the end. But you don't have that article. Les médecins. We could say the doctors. But in English, we are not used to use the. Yeah? Doctors, les médecins, when you speak generally. Les médecins ne sont, are not, or are never, in that case. Les médecins ne sont jamais malades. Doctors are never sick. Jamais, never. Jamais, never. And in French, the ne, you have to write it. It's part of the negation. And here we have never, it is a negation. Les médecins ne sont jamais malades. But, quite interesting also. In the oral form, when you speak, many of the times you don't say it, the ne. Les médecins sont jamais malades. Les médecins ne sont jamais malades. Here it is at the written form. Ne sont jamais malades. At the oral form, you don't have to say it. Les médecins sont jamais malades. It's a lie, of course. Doctors are also sick sometimes. Les médecins ne sont jamais malades. Et maintenant, on continue avec la leçon suivante. Now, we continue with the next lesson. Et maintenant, notre premier quiz. And let's check out our first quiz. It means you will have some French words and you have to find the English words, and you will have some English words and you will have to find the French words. Let's check it out. Regardons maintenant notre premier mot. Le premier mot, the first word and the first image, heureux. Heureux. What is it? Try to remember, helping you with the image also. Heureux. In which phrase, in which sentence did we see that image? And what was that word in that image? Try to remember. Is it focused? Is it working? Or is it happy? Heureux. Focused, working, or happy? It is not focused. No, it isn't. It is not working. Neither. It is happy. Heureux, happy. I am happy. Je suis heureux. Je suis heureux. And now, let's check out the second word. Maintenant, regardons le deuxième mot. Now, it is an English word, and you have to find out the French word. Empty. Jeune, vide ou plein. Empty. Jeune, vide ou plein. Empty. It is not jeune. Ce n'est pas jeune. Empty, vide. Empty, vide. On part directement sur le prochain mot. Let's check out the third word. Maintenant, regardons le troisième mot. Regardez bien, attention, et regardez l'image attentivement. Demander, to get, to ask for, or to hold. To get, to ask for, or to hold. Look carefully at the image and try to remember where we saw that image. With which sentence we saw that image. Demander, to ask for. Demander, to ask for. Et partons directement sur la prochaine image. Let's go to a new image. Regardez bien l'image. Homework. Écrire, stylo ou devoir. Je répète, écrire, stylo ou devoir. Regardez bien. Devoir. Homework, devoir. In English, it is not in the plural form. In French, it is nearly always in the plural form. Pay attention. Écrire, to write. Okay. Stylo, a pen. Homework, devoir. Les devoirs. On continue avec la prochaine image. Regardez bien la prochaine image. Look carefully the image. Sage. Well-behaved, silly or funny. Well-behaved, silly or funny. Sage. Sage. Try to remember when we saw that image. What was the phrase with it? Essayez de vous rappeler. Attention. Well-behaved. Sage, well-behaved. On continue. C'est parti pour la prochaine image et pour le prochain mot. Cette fois-ci avec un mot à trouver en français. Now the word to find is in French. To give, donner, recevoir ou prendre. To give, donner, recevoir ou prendre. Ce n'est pas prendre. Prendre, to take. Ce n'est pas recevoir. To receive. Recevoir, to receive. Donner, to give. Donner, to give. Partons directement sur le prochain mot. Let's check out the next word. Regardez bien l'image. Une inscription. C'est féminin. Une inscription. A permission, a registration or an admission. Une inscription. Rappelez-vous? It is not a permission. It is not an admission. It is a registration. Une inscription, a registration. On continue avec la prochaine image et le prochain mot. Cette fois-ci, le mot à trouver est en français à nouveau. Un permis de travail, un permis de construire ou un permis de conduire, a driving license. Permis de travail, remember the word travail. Permis de construire ou permis de conduire. Not so easy that one. Driving license, ce n'est pas un permis de travail. That one is the work permit. It's not that one, neither. That one is a construction permit. Un permis de conduire, c'est un driving license. Driving license, permis de conduire. On continue. On continue avec le mot suivant. Le mot suivant, regardez bien l'image. Jamais. Never, always, sometimes. Jamais. Never, always, or sometimes. Jamais, attention, never. Jamais, never. I hope you guessed it. I hope you remember. Et c'est parti pour la leçon suivante. Let's jump to the next lesson. Good job. This is the end of the day 6. Keep going. We see us tomorrow. À demain. And the next word, un abonnement. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Un abonnement. It's quite a long word. Un abonnement, in English, it's also a long word. Un abonnement, a subscription. Un abonnement, a subscription. And look at how to write it. Un masculine noun, un abonnement with double N. Abonnement. Here, I want to make you notice something quite interesting. Here, it is a noun. Yes, we have an article. It is a noun. And it ends with those 4 letters. M-E-N-T. In French, M-E-N-T. Un abonnement. What you have to know is that 99% of the French nouns that end with ment, M-E-N-T, are masculine nouns. That will really help you. And now, how to pronounce it? Comment on prononce ce mot? Regardez, abo, not beau, abo, me, ment. Nasal vowel. A bit of air has to come here through your nose when you pronounce it. So as to know it, put the finger here. Abonnement, ment. A little bit of air has to come here through your nose. Abonnement. And now it's your turn. Abonnement. Once again, abonnement. Great! Let's continue. We want to remember the word abonnement with a similar word. Une carte de fidélité. Un abonnement au cinéma. Une carte de fidélité. Un abonnement, une carte de fidélité. A loyalty card. And now we want to know, and here, listen carefully, it's really interesting to know where that word comes from. Du latin bodina. What means bodina in Latin? It means a border tree, un arbre frontière. Many ages ago, the frontiers were made with trees. So, a border tree was something very important for someone. Okay? In Latin, it was called bodina. And look carefully. Abonnement. A means you don't have. You don't have a border tree. You don't have bodina. So it means you are unlimited. Un abonnement, a loyalty card, it has the idea of something unlimited. Quite interesting and quite good, because thanks to that little history, you will remember the word in an easy way. Now, we want to use it in context. Let's do it with a phrase. Check this out, please. I, ne peux pas. That's how to do the negation. Je ne peux pas. I cannot. Je peux. I can. Je ne peux pas. I cannot. Je ne peux pas accepter l'abonnement. I cannot accept the subscription. Je ne peux pas accepter l'abonnement. Maybe it was from the year before. Yeah, maybe it's too old. So, I cannot accept it. Je ne peux pas accepter l'abonnement. Here you have to know that ne and pas are on both sides of the verb. Always. Je ne peux pas. Je ne peux pas. I cannot. And now, let's check the picture so as to remember it in an easy way. Look at the man. He's telling to the woman, je ne peux pas accepter l'abonnement, mademoiselle. Non, je suis désolé. I am sorry. Je suis désolé. Je ne peux pas accepter l'abonnement. And now, let's move to the next lesson. Et maintenant, continuons avec la leçon suivante. Et maintenant, le mot suivant, le mot espérer. Espérer. Je répète, espérer. Try to guess what it could be. Espérer, qu'est-ce que ça peut bien être? Espérer, to hope. To hope. Look at how to write it. S-P-R-E. These two letters, E and R, make the sound E. Espérer. Espérer. Look at how to write it in the phonetical alphabet. S-P-R-E. Quite easy. Espérer. And now it's your turn. I want you to repeat, please. Espérer. Encore une fois, once again. Espérer. Très bien. Let's try to remember the word with similar words and with etymology. Espérer. Espérer, we can also try to remember the word with some gestures, yes? Espérer. J'espère qu'il ne va pas pleuvoir. Oh! I hope it's not going to rain. J'espère qu'il ne va pas pleuvoir. Ooh! Okay? You can do the gestures. You can say the same sentence as I just said to remember the word in an easy way. Souhaiter, it's a similar word. It is not a synonym, not a complete synonym, but it's a similar word. Espérer, to wish. To wish and to hope are really quite similar also in English. Souhaiter, espérer. Et maintenant l'étymologie du latin sperare, from the Latin word sperare. Avoir l'espoir que. To be hopeful about something. Avoir l'espoir que. Now we want to use that word in context. That means in a phrase. Regardez la phrase. Look carefully at the phrase. L'entreprise, the company. Not the enterprise, no. L'entreprise, the company. L'entreprise espère. L'entreprise espère. What is she hoping? L'entreprise espère grandir. Do the gesture also please here for the verb. Grandir. L'entreprise espère grandir. She hopes to grow. Grandir. Et on continue maintenant avec l'image. Let's continue with the image to be able to remember the word forever. Regardez bien l'image. Ouh, l'entreprise a grandi. The company has grown. L'entreprise espère grandir. She hopes to grow in that case. Et maintenant, continuons directement vers la leçon suivante. Let's continue with the next lesson. Good job. This is the end of the day 6. Keep going. We see us tomorrow. À demain. Et maintenant, continuons avec le mot noir. Oh! Oh! What's going on? Ah! Le mot noir, ça veut dire quoi? What is the word noir? Maybe you guessed? Black. Oh, that's why. C'est pour ça. Alors, le mot noir, regardez comment cela s'écrit. Look at how to write it. Interesting here. O-I, it's the sound wa. Noir. 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 With the French R at the end. Noir. Regardez la prononciation. Noir. Je répète, noir. And now, it's your turn. Noir. Encore une fois, noir. And now, we will try to remember the words. Regardez le mot à nouveau, noir, et nous allons trouver un mot similaire, and we will try to find a similar word like sombre, dark. Dark, it's not the same as black, but it's linked, yeah? And it's a good thing. You have to make a link between two words so as to be able to remember the two of them. Probablement du grec ancien nékros. Probably from the ancient Greek nekros, la mort, death. Quite interesting to know that it comes from here now, from the death. Noir, it was related with the death. Et maintenant, utilisons ce mot en contexte. And now, let's use the word in context. Les électriciens, nouveau mot, attention, electricians, les électriciens savent, ENT, c'est la marque du pluriel, it's the plural form here, savent, the verb to know how. Les électriciens savent travailler dans le noir. Electricians know how to work in the dark. Les électriciens savent travailler dans le noir. Here, le noir, you can translate it with the dark, but it's an exception. Yeah? Normally, noir is black. But in that case, when you are speaking of someone working in a dark area, you can use noir in French or le noir. Les électriciens savent travailler dans le noir. Here you have something interesting also. When you speak of something generally in English, you don't have to put an article. No? Check here. There is no article. In French, when you speak generally, you say always with article. The electricians, it would be in English, no? Les électriciens savent travailler dans le noir. And the verb here important, travailler, to work. Travailler, to work. And let's get the picture. Regardons maintenant l'image pour mieux nous rappeler de cela. Let's check out the image. Regardez. Ici, ce sont 3 électriciens et ils savent travailler dans le noir. Continuons maintenant avec la prochaine leçon. Let's continue with the next lesson. Continuons avec le mot passer. Je répète, passer. Let's continue with the verb passer. You have surely guessed what it is. Passer. To pass. Really easy. Passer, to pass. Look carefully how to write it with double S, like in English, but with ER at the end. And the ER, you have to pronounce it E. E. Look carefully how to pronounce it in the phonetical alphabet. Pa, pa, passer. Passer. And now, it's your turn. Passer. Once again, encore une fois, passer. Très bien. Et maintenant, on continue. Nous voulons nous rappeler du mot. We want to remember that word with a similar word and with etymology. Passer. And you can also do the gesture with me. Passer. Je passe, je repasse. Repasser, to come here, to pass here again. On continue. Maintenant, un mot similaire. Circuler, to circulate. It's a similar word. Here you learn a new word that is really, really similar to passer. Du latin, passare. Here the etymology. Passare, traverser. Traverser, to go through. Etymologically, that word comes from the verb to go through, traverser. Et maintenant, essayons d'utiliser ce mot en contexte. Let's try to use that word in context. Regardez bien la phrase que nous allons fabriquer. Look carefully at the phrase that we are going to build. Le train, the train, le train. It's not la train. La, it's the feminine word. Here we have le, because train, it's a masculine word. Yeah? Here we're doing a bit of grammar. You have to know a bit of grammar also. Le train passe. The train passes with an S at the end here. And in French, we don't have the S here. Le train passe devant chez moi. Le train passe devant chez moi. The train passes in front of my house. here is quite interesting. When you speak about your house, you have to use chez moi. Devant chez moi, in front of my house. Le train passe devant chez moi. Et maintenant, regardons l'image. Let's check out the image. Regardez bien, cela va nous aider à se rappeler du mot. It will help us to remember the word. Le train passe devant chez moi. Le train passe devant chez moi. Do the gestures, please. It will help you. Le train passe devant chez moi. Et maintenant, continuons avec la prochaine leçon. Let's continue with the next lesson. You have finished the day 7. Now, I encourage you to continue with the day 8. We see you tomorrow. Et maintenant, la prochaine série de questions-réponses en ville. And now, the next series of questions and answers in the city. It's really important that you know where to be in the city, where to go. So that one will really help you. Alors, regardons ensemble la première question. Let's check out the first question. Regardez bien. Où se trouve la station de bus principale? Où se trouve la station de bus principale? Where is the main bus station? Where is the main bus station? And here the answer, et maintenant la réponse. Vous allez tout droit, puis vous tournez à gauche. Vous allez tout droit, puis vous tournez à gauche. Vous allez tout droit, puis vous tournez à gauche. Look carefully at how I pronounce it. You go straight and then turn left. Ok? Nouvelle question. Prochaine question. Où pouvons-nous changer de l'argent? Où pouvons-nous changer de l'argent? Where can we exchange money? Où pouvons-nous changer de l'argent? Et la réponse? Pas loin d'ici. Juste derrière ce musée. Pas loin d'ici. Juste derrière ce musée. Not far from here. Pas loin d'ici. Just behind this museum. Juste derrière ce musée. On continue avec une nouvelle série de questions. Let's continue with some new questions. Regardez bien la question. Nous sommes à quelle distance de la mer? Nous sommes à quelle distance de la mer? Nous sommes à quelle distance de la mer? How far are we from the sea? Nous sommes à quelle distance de la mer? Et la réponse, and the answer, il faut marcher tout droit pendant une demi-heure. Une demi-heure, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Il faut marcher tout droit pendant une demi-heure. You must walk ahead, tout droit, for half an hour. Pendant une demi-heure. On continue, nouvelle question. Où est-ce que je peux recharger mon téléphone? Où est-ce que je peux recharger mon téléphone? Where can I charge my phone? Où est-ce que je peux charger mon téléphone? À la gare ou bien dans un bar proche de l'aéroport. At the train station or at a bar near the airport. À la gare ou bien dans un bar proche de l'aéroport. Question suivante. Nouvelle série de questions. Regardez bien. Quels sont les horaires de votre boutique? Quels sont les horaires de votre boutique? What are the opening hours of your shop? What are the opening hours of your shop? Quels sont les horaires de votre boutique? Et la réponse, and the answer, de 9h à midi et de 14h à 18h15. De 9h à midi et de 14h à 18h15. Regardez en anglais. From 9 a.m. to midday and from 2 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. 18h15, 6:15 p.m. 14h, 2 p.m. On continue. Quelqu'un vend des produits locaux proches d'ici? Quelqu'un vend des produits locaux proches d'ici? Does someone sell local products nearby? Quelqu'un vend des produits locaux ici? Et la réponse, and the answer? Non. Pour cela, il faut aller au centre-ville. Non. Pour cela, il faut aller au centre-ville. No. For that, pour cela, for that, you must go downtown. Il faut aller au centre-ville. Et voilà. Maintenant, continuons avec la prochaine leçon. C'est parti. That's it. And now we continue with the next lesson. Le mot suivant maintenant, un mot très important. The next word is one of the most important in the whole world. Le mot libre. Have you guessed what it is? Avez-vous deviné le mot libre? Libre. Free. I am free. Je suis libre. Libre. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Encore une fois, le E à la fin ne se prononce pas. Once again, the E at the end is not pronounced. Check out now the pronunciation in the phonetical alphabet. Libre. Libre. With the French R. Libre. And now it's your turn. Please repeat after me. Libre. Once again, libre. Yeah. The R at the end has to make such a little vibration. Libre. And now, let's try to remember the word. Libre. What could we do here? We could do a gesture to remember it in an easy way. Maybe something like that. Je suis libre. I am free. Je suis libre. This thing, to make some gesture, it will really help your brain to remember the word. Yes? Je suis libre. I am free. Je suis libre. And now, a synonym, here in that case, a similar word, sans restriction, unrestricted. Libre, sans restriction. It's really similar. Je suis libre, je suis sans restriction. Et regardons l'étymologie. Let's check out the etymology. Du latin libère, sans entrave. Sans entrave. Unhindered, without being hindered with anything. Du latin libère, sans entrave. Et maintenant, utilisons cette même phrase en contexte. Let's try to use that word in context. Si tu, si, if, yeah? Here we have a condition. How to do in condition in French? It's really easy. You put si at the beginning of the phrase. Si tu, if you. Si tu voyages, if you travel. Si tu voyages. Check out here with an S at the end, because it's at the second person of the singular form. Tu. Yeah? Tu, it's you. At the singular form, it always ends with an S. Yeah? Si tu voyages, tu seras libre. If you travel, you will be free. Si tu voyages, tu seras libre. And here we have the future form. Yeah? It's not the past. Here it's the future form. Tu seras libre. You will be free. Si tu voyages, tu seras libre. Et maintenant, regardons l'image. Let's check out the image. Si tu voyages, tu seras libre. Yes, she seems free. Si tu voyages, tu seras libre. Et maintenant, continuons directement vers la leçon suivante. Let's go to the next lesson. Good job, you have managed to complete the day 8. Now we go for the day 9. Goodbye, we see us tomorrow. Et maintenant, continuons avec un joli mot, le mot aimer. Aimer. Have you guessed what it could be? Aimer. Regardons la traduction. Let's check out the translation. Aimer, to love or to like. It's quite similar. To love, it's a bit stronger as to like, but in French, it's the same word, yes? Aimer, to love or to like. Look at how to write it. A-I, the first two letters, are in French the sound E. Aimer. And here at the end, you see ER. It is exactly the same sound. Aimer. So in the middle, you have the M, and at both sides, you have the same sound. Let's check out the phonetic writing. Aimer, with 2 syllables. And now please, it's your turn. You repeat after me. Aimer. Once again. Aimer. Great. And now we want to remember that word forever. You can do that through etymology. You can do that through synonyms or similar words. You can do also that with gestures, like that, for example. Aimer. The verb is aimer. So, if you have someone at your side, you can give him a hug and say out loud the word aimer. It will help your brain to remember that word forever. And here, to continue, a similar word, adorer. Aimer, we could say it's here. And adorer, it's a bit higher. It's to be fond of, to be keen on something. Aimer, adorer. L'étymologie, très simple, du latin amare. The etymology is here really quite simple. It's from the verb amare. Aimer, to like or to love. Remember, in French, we have only one word to say to like and to say to love. It's aimer. Now, we want to use it in context. It means with a whole phrase. Let's check it out. Je, it's the abbreviation for I. Je, I. J'aime, j'aime. J'aime, I love or I like. J'aime mes 2 enfants. Mes 2 enfants. J'aime mes 2 enfants. I love my 2 children. J'aime mes 2 enfants. Et maintenant, regardons l'image. Let's check out now the image to remember the word. Here are my 2 children. Here, Colleen, and here, Loïc, which are my 2 children. J'aime mes 2 enfants. J'aime mes 2 enfants. And let's continue with the next lesson. Continuons maintenant avec la prochaine leçon. And this time, a very important word for the restaurant. Et cette fois-ci, un mot important pour le restaurant. Le mot salé. Salé. With an accent at the end. Avec un accent à la fin. Salé, ça pourrait être quoi? What could it be? Salty. Salé, salty. Look at how to write it. Salé. With an accent at the end. If you don't put the accent, it's sale. And sale is dirty. It has nothing to do with salé. Attention. Et maintenant, regardez la prononciation. Look at the pronunciation, really easy. Salé. 2 syllables. And now, it's your turn. I want you to repeat, please. Allez-y, répétez après moi. Salé. Encore une fois, salé. Très bien. Et maintenant, nous voulons nous rappeler du mot. Now, we want to remember the word. With what? With etymology, and similar words, and maybe with that. Yeah, a bit more. Yeah. Ah! C'est trop salé. Ah! C'est vraiment trop salé. It's really too salty. C'est trop salé. Too salty. On continue. Relever. Ça, c'est un mot similaire. It's a similar word. Spicy. Salé, salty. Spicy, relever. Spicy, relever. Et on continue avec l'étymologie du latin sal, qui veut dire sel, salt. And now we want to use it in context, so as to remember the word forever. Pour se rappeler du mot pour toujours, nous allons utiliser le mot dans une phrase. Les petits pois, the peas, les petits pois sont, les petits pois sont, are, the verb here is at the third person of the plural form of the verb to be. Les petits pois sont, the peas are, les petits pois sont trop salés. Les petits pois sont trop salés. The peas are too salty. And let's finish with the image. Quite a good image to remember the word. Look at it. Les petits pois sont trop salés. I think that image was taken in a restaurant. Les petits pois sont trop salés. Et continuons tout de suite vers la prochaine leçon. Let's continue immediately with the next lesson. Well done. Now we go for the day 10. You're on the right track. Have a nice day. See you tomorrow. Le prochain mot, le mot oublier. Try not to forget that word, please. Oublier. What could it be? What could it be? Try to guess. The word to forget. Ha ha ha. On continue. Alors, oublier, regardez bien comment cela s'écrit. Ou, that two letters are the sound ou. O, U. Those two letters, if you put them together, it's the sound ou, like the U in English. Ou. Oublier. And here, those two letters at the end make the sound E. E and R make the sound E. Oublier. Look carefully how to write it in the phonetical alphabet. It's quite easy. Oublier. Just here, that letter is the sound Y. Y. Look carefully at my mouth when I say it loud. Oublier. Oublier. And now, it's your turn. I want you to repeat, please. Oublier. Once again, oublier. Très bien. Maintenant, essayons de se rappeler du mot. Let's try to remember the word to forget. Oublier. Regardez, vous pouvez utiliser votre téléphone. You can grab your phone and use it and make so. Je vais appeler mon ami. Je vais appeler mon ami. I'm going to call my friend. Aïe, j'ai oublié son numéro. J'ai complètement oublié son numéro. I completely forgot his number. J'ai oublié le numéro de mon ami. I forgot the number of my friend. Je ne peux pas l'appeler. I cannot call him. J'ai oublié son numéro. I forgot his number. Laisser tomber. It's a similar word. It's not a synonym. Laisser tomber, to give up. Yeah? Oublier, to forget. Laisser tomber, to give up. Yeah? In some situation, you can use one or the other. Laisser tomber et oublier. Du latin oblitare. Ne pas se souvenir. From the Latin word oblitare, not to remember. And now, we want to use it in context. Utilisons maintenant ce mot en contexte. Regardez bien la phrase que nous allons faire. Look carefully at the phrase we are going to do. J apostrophe, it's I. J apostrophe, j'oublie, I often forget, j'oublie souvent mon âge, j'oublie souvent mon âge. I often forget my age. Look carefully also where you put the adverb. Here you put it after the verb. J'oublie souvent mon âge. In English, you put it here before. Attention. Il faut faire attention. And now we want to get the image so as to remember it in an easy way. Regardez bien attentivement l'image pour mieux vous rappeler du mot. J'oublie souvent mon âge. J'oublie souvent mon âge. Et maintenant, continuons avec la leçon suivante. Let's jump to the next lesson. Et maintenant, un nouveau mot, le mot métier. Écoutez, un métier. Je répète, un métier. What does it mean? Un métier, a job. Un métier, a job. Look at how to write it. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Un métier, with an accent on the E, that converts it to E. E. Métier. The ER here at the end that you see in that word also is pronounced E. Here the pronunciation. Métier. Métier. 2 syllables. Métier. And now it's your turn. I want to listen to you. Un métier. Once again, un métier. Great! And now we want to know a similar word and its etymology. Un métier, un poste, a position. Un poste, un métier. It's similar, yes? It's not a synonym. Un poste, un métier. And where does that word come from? Du latin ministerium. Métier, ministerium. Service. Office in English. Ministerium, it is the root of the word métier. Let's check how to use it in context. Let's check a whole phrase. Comptable, accountant. Comptable, it, is. Un métier facile. Comptable est un métier facile. Accountant is an easy job. It's not true. I don't think so, no. But here we have a new word, facile. Easy. Easy job. Métier facile. And pay attention. Here the word facile is after the noun, after the substantive, yeah? Easy in English is before the substantive, okay? Comptable est un métier facile. Et maintenant, l'image. And now, the image, to remember the word in an easy way. Comptable est un métier facile. Comptable est un métier facile. Okay? I hope you remembered everything. And now, let's jump to the next lesson. Et maintenant, le quiz suivant. And now, the next quiz. Let's check out, it's the second part of our quiz. You already know how it works. And now, let's check out the first word. Un métier. A job, an accountant, or a bill. A job, an accountant, or a bill. Un métier. Un métier, do you remember? It is not a bill. And it is not an accountant. It's a job. Un métier. Really important word. Un métier. And let's check out the next word. Maintenant, regardons le prochain mot et la prochaine image. The image can really help you remember the words. To love. To love. Is it signer, aimer ou être? Signer, aimer ou être? Remember, I am here with my 2 children. Remember, to love, signer, aimer ou être. Ce n'est pas signer. It is not signer. Signer, to sign. Really easy. It is not être. Être, to be. Être, to be. To love, aimer. J'aime mes enfants. I love my children. Aimer, to love. Et on passe au prochain mot. Let's check out the next image and the next word. Regardez bien. Espérer. To wait, to hope, or to grow. Remember with the image. Espérer, to wait, to hope, or to grow. Espérer, it is not to wait, no, and it is not to grow. To hope, espérer. Espérer, to hope. On continue avec la prochaine image et le prochain mot. Regardez bien. Let's check out the next image and the next word. In front of. Sur, derrière ou devant. Sur, derrière ou devant. Ce n'est pas sur et ce n'est pas derrière. Devant, in front of, devant. On continue avec le prochain mot. Let's check out the next word. Regardez bien l'image. Tu voyages. Tu voyages. You travel, you sit, or you ride. You travel, you sit, you ride. Tu voyages. It is not to ride. And it is not to sit. Tu voyages, you travel. Tu voyages, you travel. And pay attention here to the S. Every time you have tu in French, you have an S here at the end. On continue. Regardez bien l'image et essayez de vous rappeler du mot subscription. Abonnement, aboiement, acharnement. Aboiement, acharnement, abonnement. Subscription. Regardez bien. Subscription, abonnement. Un abonnement. It is a masculine word. Un abonnement, a subscription. Et passons directement au prochain mot et à la prochaine image. Regardez bien. Trop. Not, too or very. Not, too, too much or very. Trop, rappelez-vous, try to remember. Trop, too or too much. Too much salt in that case. Trop de sel. On continue avec la prochaine image et avec le prochain mot. To forget. Toucher, tenir ou oublier. To forget. Toucher, tenir ou oublier. Try to remember. To forget. Oublier. To forget, oublier. I hope you did not forget that one. J'espère que vous n'avez pas oublié ce mot-là. On continue. On continue avec la prochaine image. Regardez bien l'image. Noir. Is it working, dark or black? Noir. Working, dark or black? Noir, it is not working. And it is not dark. Noir, black. And white, blanc. Noir et blanc, black and white. Noir et blanc, black and white. On continue. On continue avec la prochaine leçon. N'oubliez pas de vous préparer pour la prochaine leçon. Let's prepare for the next lesson. Great effort! You are on day 10. Take care. We see us tomorrow. À demain. Et maintenant, le prochain mot. Un logement. Je répète, un logement. Let's check what it means. Un logement, Can you guess? A housing. Un logement, a housing. A housing. You can make that sign, yeah, to remember the words. Don't hesitate to make some signs, yeah, to remember the words, because your brain will make a link between the sign and the word. Un logement. Un logement. Yeah? When you begin with the French or with whatever other language, don't hesitate to make some gestures. It will really be really helpful. Un logement, check on how to pronounce it. It's not so easy. Logement. La, not lo. La, la, je. Here that sound is j. Logement. And here we have the sign that shows us it is a nasal vowel. Logement. A bit of air has to come out here from the nose. Logement. And now it's your turn. Logement. Once again, logement. Great! And let's check how to remember that word. Comment se rappeler du mot un logement with a similar word, avec un mot similaire, un hébergement. Un logement, un hébergement, an accommodation. Un hébergement, an accommodation. Du vieux français, l'objet. Here it's really interesting to know where that word logement comes from. It comes from the word abri de feuillage, l'objet, in Old French. It means a leaf shelter. So the word accommodation comes from the word leaf shelter. Quite interesting to know, no? And quite interesting also because it makes you think about the word l'objet and you will be able to remember the word logement. Okay? Let's continue. On continue avec maintenant le mot en contexte. Let's continue with the word in context, in a phrase. L'ingénieur, the engineer, here it's a new word. L'ingénieur cherche. L'ingénieur cherche is searching for or searches for. Searches for what? Un logement. Un logement. The engineer searches for a housing. L'ingénieur cherche un logement. On continue maintenant avec l'image, l'image du logement. Regardez bien l'image. Here we have the image. L'ingénieur cherche un logement. And let's continue with the next lesson. Et le mot suivant, le mot tranquille. Maybe you have guessed what it is? Tranquille. C'est un joli mot. Le mot tranquille. Regardez la traduction. Look at the translation. Quiet. Tranquille. Quiet. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Ah, ce n'est pas si facile. T-R-A-N-Q-U-I, deux L, ou double L, ou L-L-E. T-R-A-N-Q-U-I-L-L-E. Et maintenant, regardez comment cela se prononce, avec une voyelle nasale. En, un son nasal. En. Tranquille. Tranquille. 2 syllabes. Et maintenant, c'est à vous. Répétez le mot, s'il vous plaît, après moi. And now, it's your turn. Please repeat the word after me. Tranquille. Once again, tranquille. Great. And now we want to remember the words. Here it's going to be quite interesting also. I want you please to do the gesture, that gesture. Tranquille. And you just repeat the word. Tranquille. Tranquille. It's going to help your brain to make a link between a gesture and a word that you have read and that you have pronounced. It's going to be really easy for you to remember that word. On continue avec un mot similaire. Le mot similaire, en paix. Tranquille, en paix. Je suis tranquille, je suis en paix. Je suis en paix. I am full of peace or peacefully. En paix. On continue avec bien sûr l'étymologie. We continue with the etymology. Du latin quies. Quies, le repos. Quies, you can see the word at the end of tranquille. Tranquille, quies. A rest, un repos, a rest. Et maintenant, essayons d'utiliser ce mot en contexte. And now, let's try to use that word in context. Cet ours, here it's a new word. Animal, it's the bear. Cet ours, this bear. Cet ours n'est pas, here the negative form. We have ne and pas at both sides of the verb. Is not, this bear is not. Cet ours n'est pas, he is not what? Tranquille. Cet ours n'est pas tranquille. This bear is not quiet. And now, let's check the image to be sure to be able to remember the word. Cet ours n'est pas tranquille. This bear isn't quiet. Cet ours n'est pas tranquille. Et maintenant, continuons avec la leçon suivante. Now, let's continue to the next lesson. You are persistent. Now we have finished the day 11. See you tomorrow. Et maintenant, un nouveau mot. Le mot une école. C'est très important, l'école. Very important, that word. Une école. What does it mean? Une école, try to guess. A school. A school. You don't like it, most of you, but it's quite important. Une école. A school. Une école, regardez comment cela s'écrit. Une, c'est important, c'est la marque du féminin. Here we see it's feminine. Une école. Une école. Et on regarde maintenant la prononciation. Et, k, ol. Ol. Not o, non. A. Une école. Une école. Now, it's your turn. You repeat, please. Une école. Once again. Une école. Great. And now we want you to remember that word through a synonym and through a synonym or a similar word and through that etymology of the word. Une école, un lycée. Lycée, high school. École, it's more general. École, school, but every type of school, yeah. High school, school for children, school for little kids, school for maybe it could be also nearly an university, yeah. It's quite the same. École, it's the general word. And lycée, high school. Lycée is when you have in France, when you are 16, 17, 18, it can be 15 also. It's high school, lycée in France. Okay? And now the Latin word was scola. Scola. Loisir, studio. Studios later. Yeah? At the beginning, that word, the root of that word was scola, studios later. Studios later. Yeah? Excuse me for the pronunciation, I'm not English, no? Later, I don't know if I pronounce it well, but I'm sure you are going to excuse me. And now we want to use that word in context. in context. So, with the phrase, le plombier, a new word, the plumber, le plombier, habite, lives, habiter, the verb at the infinitive form, habiter is to live. Yeah? Le plombier habite où? Dans une école. Le plombier habite dans une école. You should have guessed it now. The plumber lives in a school. It's not often that you see that, but it can occur. The plumber lives in a school. Le plombier habite dans une école. And now we want to get the picture of the school. What kind of school is it going to be? What kind of school? It's a province town high school. Province town high school. Le plombier habite dans une école. Je répète une dernière fois. Le plombier habite dans une école. Et voici l'image de cette école. Continuons maintenant avec notre prochaine leçon. Et maintenant, le mot suivant, le mot difficile. I think you can guess what word it is. Look at how to write it. Difficile, you can guess it. Vous pouvez deviner. Avez-vous deviné? Did you guess? Difficile, difficult. Yeah, it's an adjective. Difficile, difficult. And now look carefully how to write it. With double F, like in English. Difficile. Difficile. And the E at the end, you don't hear it. Like most of the words, yeah, you know, in French, that ends with an E. Difficile. Look at how to pronounce it. Really easy. Difficile. 3 syllables. Difficile. Really, really easy. And now I want you to repeat that word, please. Difficile. Once again, difficile. For some long words, like that word, don't hesitate to have some rhythm in how you pronounce it. Difficile. It will be easier for you to cut the word, the long words, in different parts. It really helps to pronounce the difficult or long words. Now we want to remember that word. Let's check how to remember that word. Oh, difficile, maybe with an object. Here it is. Difficile. Cet exercice est difficile. Grab a book and do the same as I do. Cet exercice est difficile. Your brain will make the link between the book and the words and the grammar exercise. Cet exercice est difficile. On continue avec un mot similaire. Difficile, dur. Difficile, dur. It's really like the same. Cet exercice est dur, cet exercice est difficile. On continue avec l'étymologie. L'étymologie du latin difficilis, pénible, painful. Quite interesting here, the word difficult comes from the word painful in French. Difficile, difficilis, painful, pénible, pénible. Now we want to use it in context with a phrase. Yeah? Let's take the phrase that we could build. Il, he, a pronoun. Il me propose. Il me propose. He offers me. Offers me what? Il me propose un travail difficile. He offers me a hard work. Il me propose un travail difficile. Très simple comme phrase. Really an easy sentence. Il me propose un travail difficile. A hard work. Work, travail. Work, travail. Et on continue avec l'image. And we continue with the image, so as to be able to remember it in an easy way. Look at that hard work. Every stone here was colored, and the man here did make the color go away. Yeah? Il me propose un travail difficile. Je répète, il me propose un travail difficile. Très bien. Et maintenant, continuons vers la prochaine leçon. And now, let's continue to the next lesson. Good job. This is the end of the day 12. Keep going. We see us tomorrow. À demain. And now the question and answers regarding the airports. Really important. If you arrive in a French-speaking country and you're first at the airport, you don't know where to go, you don't know what to do, you have lost your luggage maybe, you have to be able to ask questions and receive and understand the answers. Let's check it out. Regardons maintenant les questions et réponses à l'aéroport. Regardez la première question. Let's check out the first question. À quelle heure décolle le vol pour Paris? À quelle heure décolle le vol pour Paris? At what time does the flight for Paris take off? La réponse, regardez, le vol décolle à 20h22. Le vol décolle à 20h22. The flight takes off at 8:22 p.m. In France, we count from 1 to 24 hours. Yeah? In most of the English countries, it's with p.m. and a.m. It's different. Please pay attention to that. Le départ du vol va être retardé? Le départ du vol va être retardé? The departure of the flight will be delayed? It's a question. And the answer now? Non, je pense qu'il va être à l'heure. Non, je pense qu'il va être à l'heure. No, I think it will be on time. On continue avec la prochaine série de questions. Let's continue with the next series of questions. Regardez bien. Où s'effectue l'enregistrement des bagages? Imagine you are with your luggage and you don't know where to register your luggage. Où s'effectue l'enregistrement des bagages? Where does the luggage checking take place? Vous devez aller tout au fond de ce couloir. Vous devez aller tout au fond de ce couloir. You must go to the very end, tout au fond, to the very end of this corridor. D'accord? On continue avec la prochaine question. Vous pouvez m'aider à trouver mon vol? Vous pouvez m'aider à trouver mon vol? Can you help me find my flight? Mon vol, my flight. On continue avec la réponse. Let's continue with the answer. Oui, bien sûr. Quel est votre numéro de vol? Yes, of course. What is your flight number? Numéro de vol, flight number. Really important word to know. Et on continue avec la dernière série de questions. Let's check out the new answers and questions. Voulez-vous un siège côté hublot ou couloir? Voulez-vous un siège dans l'avion? In the plane. Voulez-vous un siège côté hublot ou couloir? Do you want a window or aisle seat? Et la réponse? Je préfère côté couloir pour pouvoir me déplacer. Je préfère côté couloir pour pouvoir me déplacer. I prefer an aisle seat to be able to move during the flight, of course. Où puis-je récupérer mes valises? Important, attention. Où puis-je récupérer mes valises? Où puis-je récupérer mes valises? Where can I pick up my suitcase or my luggage? Vous devez vous rendre vers la sortie de l'aéroport. Vous devez vous rendre vers la sortie de l'aéroport. You must go toward the airport's exit. La sortie, the exit. Et voilà, nous avons terminé ces questions-réponses et maintenant passons à la leçon suivante. Now we've finished the question and answers and let's go to the next lesson. Et maintenant, le mot dégoûtant. Dégoûtant. Look at my face and try to guess. Dégoûtant. What can it be with such a face? Dégoûtant, disgusting. Disgusting. Dégoûtant. Dégoûtant, regardez comment cela s'écrit. D with an accent, it's not de, it would be de without the accent. Dégoût, here we have the sound goût, J-O-U, goût, tant, T-A-N-T. But the T at the end, you don't hear it. Dégoûtant. Et maintenant, regardez la prononciation. Dégoûtant. Here, the last one, which corresponds to that letter and that letter, A-N, en, it's a nasal vowel. A bit of air has to come here out of your nose when you pronounce it. Dégoûtant? No, it's your turn. Dégoûtant. Once again, dégoûtant. Oh. Très bien. Maintenant, regardez à nouveau le mot. Now, look at the word again and do that face. Dégoûtant while you pronounce it. Dégoûtant. Bleh. Dégoûtant. In French, when we have something like that, disgusting, for example, when we eat something disgusting, we say burk. Burk. C'est dégoûtant. Burk. B-E-U-R-K. Quite strange word. Dégoûtant. Burk. Et maintenant, regardez un mot similaire. Dégoûtant, it's disgusting not only for the eating. It can be also a place that is disgusting. And it can also be a place that is dirty. But in that case, if it's dirty, we say sale. C'est sale, c'est dégoûtant. It's a similar word. It's not a synonym. C'est un mot similaire, ce n'est pas un synonyme. Et maintenant, d'où vient le mot? D'où vient le mot? Le mot vient du latin gustare, qui est goûter. Goûter, to taste. Don't hesitate again to do the gestures when you see a new word. Here the word goûter, to taste. When you repeat the word, you also do the gesture. Goûter. Ok? Et maintenant, regardons le mot en contexte. Now, let's have a look at the word in context. Regardez bien. Cette salade, you have guessed it, this salad, but here, that word, it is this, but at the feminine form. If you want to have it at the masculine form, you have to take away the T and the E at the end. Ce ou cet élément, par exemple, this element in the masculine form. Mais ici, salade, c'est féminin. Here, in that case, salade is a feminine word. Donc on dit cette salade et on écrit T-T-E. We write it with double T, E at the end. Cette salade semble, seems. Cette salade semble dégoûtante. Berk. Cette salade semble dégoûtante. This salad seems disgusting. And now we want to have the picture of this salad to better remember the words. Regardez la salade. Oh, Cette salade semble dégoûtante. I don't know what she has on her fingers, but cette salade semble dégoûtante. On continue avec la leçon suivante. Let's continue with the next lesson. We have finished the day 13. Now I encourage you to continue with the day 14. We see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Et maintenant, notre prochain mot. And now, our next word. Une banlieue. Regardez. Une banlieue. What could it be? The etymology of that word is really, really interesting. Une banlieue, a suburb. Suburb. Yeah? Une banlieue. Look at how to write it. And here we have a feminine article. Feminine article. Une. The masculine article, we will see it's un. U-N. Without the E. Une banlieue. Une banlieue. Look at how to pronounce it. Here we have a nasal vowel. En. Banlieue. That one is E. Banlieue. And that here is ya. Ya. The sound ya. Banlieue. Now it's your turn. Banlieue. Once again. Banlieue. Great! And now we are going to see a similar word and the interesting etymology of that word. Une banlieue, un quartier, a district. It can be a big district, it can be a small district. It depends on every country what they call a district. In United States, a district is maybe something very big, no? Here in other countries, in France, for example, a district can be something very small, but there are also big districts, yeah? Un quartier, it can have some different sizes. Une banlieue, un quartier. Une banlieue, un quartier, et maintenant l'étymologie. It comes from the Latin ban leuca, in like two words. Ban leuca. Espace d'une lieue, une lieue, autour d'une ville. 1 mile around the city. Ban leuca. Leuca, in Latin, it was meaning mile. Leuca, mile. So if you make a round around the inner city, so you know what is the banlieue. Yeah? Banlieue is everything that was out of the city. Yeah? Banlieue. It can help you to remember the word, yeah? The etymology. Now we want to use it in context. In context with a phrase. With a what phrase? Les avocats. Les avocats. The lawyers. A new word here, an important word. Les avocats vivent. Les avocats vivent. The lawyers live. Loin de, important, loin de la banlieue. The lawyers live far from the suburb. Loin de, far from. Je répète, loin de, far from. La banlieue, the suburb. Yeah. And let's continue to the picture. To the picture. Here we have une banlieue. Ici nous avons une banlieue. Les avocats vivent loin de la banlieue. They don't live here. No, here we are in the suburb and they don't live here, the lawyers. Les avocats vivent loin de la banlieue. Ok? Et maintenant, nous allons continuer vers la prochaine leçon. Now, let's go to the next lesson. Et continuons avec le mot pauvre. Écoutez bien, pauvre, pauvre. je suis pauvre. Je suis riche, je suis pauvre. Riche, pauvre. Essayez de deviner. Qu'est-ce que cela peut bien être? What could it be? Let's check out. Pauvre, poor. Yeah? It sounds a bit like in English, no? Pauvre, poor. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Check out how to write it. Pauvre, A-U. These two letters make the sound O, not O. O. Pauvre, pauvre. V-R-E at the end. But the E, you don't hear it. Pauvre. And it's an adjective, it means poor. Je suis pauvre, I am poor, for example. Pauvre. Check out how to write it in the phonetical alphabet. Pauvre. We don't hear anything at the end. Pauvre. Et maintenant, c'est à vous. Now it's your turn. Pauvre. Once again, repeat after me, please. Répétez après moi. Pauvre. Très bien. Maintenant, essayons de nous rappeler du mot. Let's try to remember the word. Pauvre. Regardez. Don't hesitate to use object, yes, to remember the words. Je suis pauvre. Oh, je n'ai plus rien. Je suis pauvre, je suis pauvre. Don't hesitate. It will really help you to remember the words. Take some objects, yeah, when you see the words and try to use them and to feel them. It will really help you to remember, yeah? Pauvre. Un synonyme. Le synonyme, un synonyme faible. It's not a synonym, it's a similar word, no? Pauvre, faible. Poor and weak. Pauvre et faible. It will help you also, if you remember the similar word, to build some sentences. Pauvre et faible. Du latin pauper, from the Latin pauper, who has got few things, no? Who owns few resources. Du latin pauper, pauper. And now we want to use it in context. Maintenant, essayons d'utiliser ce mot dans une phrase. Regardez. La ville, new word, the city. La ville, the corresponds to la. Le, L-I, in the masculine form, and L-A in the feminine form. La, it's the, but in the feminine form. In English, you don't have, in that case, feminine or masculine form. No, but in French, you have it. L-I, L-E in the masculine form, and L-A in the feminine form. La ville est restée. La ville est restée. Stayed. La ville est restée. Stayed. Pauvre. La ville est restée pauvre. The city stayed poor. La ville est restée pauvre. Et maintenant, regardons l'image pour nous aider à nous rappeler. And now, let's check out the picture to help us remember. La ville, la ville est restée pauvre. The city stayed poor. Et maintenant, regardons l'image. Now, let's have a look at the image. Check it out. Oh, la ville est restée pauvre. The city stayed poor. La ville est restée pauvre. Et maintenant, continuons avec la leçon suivante. And now, let's continue to the next lesson. Good job, you have managed to complete the day 14. Now we go for the day 15. Goodbye, we see you tomorrow. Take care. Et maintenant, le mot suivant. And now, the next word. Look carefully how to write it. Une mairie. Is it feminine or masculine? Yes, it's a feminine word because we have here the article une. Une mairie. Une mairie, a town hall. Here, you see here, we have a. It can be feminine, it can be masculine. It is not so in French. Une féminine, un masculine. Une here, feminine. It's a feminine word when you have an I at the end. Une mairie. Et maintenant, regardez la prononciation. Look at how to pronounce it. Mairie. Mairie. With that French R. Mairie. Une mairie. And now, it's your turn. Please repeat after me. Une mairie. Once again. Une mairie. Yeah. And now, we continue. We want to remember that word with a similar word and its etymology. Une mairie, un hôtel de ville. You can say both, yeah, in France. Une mairie, un hôtel de ville. It's really the same. It's a synonym. Hôtel de ville, city hall. Hôtel de ville, mairie. Et maintenant, l'étymologie, intéressante, l'étymologie, quite interesting. Mairie comes from the Latin word major. Major. Plus grand. Bigger. Yeah? Mairie comes from the word bigger. Quite interesting to know, no? Et maintenant, nous voulons utiliser ce mot en contexte avec une phrase. Let's try to make a sentence with that word. La mairie, the town hall or city hall, the town hall, et, c'est le verbe être, the verb to be, la mairie est, is, derrière le collège. La mairie est derrière le collège. La mairie est derrière le collège. The town hall is behind the college. Yeah? La mairie est derrière le collège. Et pour finir, l'image. Regardons cette belle image pour mieux nous rappeler du mot. Let's have a look at the image to better remember the word. Here is the mairie of Lyon. Lyon, the third biggest city of France. La troisième plus grande ville de France. La mairie est derrière le collège. Je répète, la mairie est derrière le collège. Et maintenant, on va vers la prochaine leçon. Let's go to the next lesson. Et maintenant, le prochain mot. C'est le mot envoyer. Essayez de deviner quel mot est le mot envoyer. Try to guess what could be the word envoyer. Ok? Alors regardons, attention, vous avez quelques secondes. To send. Envoyer, to send. Ok? Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Look at how you write it. Envoyer. Envoyer. And look at how to pronounce it. En, it's a nasal vowel. V, w, a, voix. Ye. That is y sound. Y. Envoyer. Now, I say it and you repeat after me. Envoyer. Once again, envoyer. Très bien, on continue et on va essayer de se rappeler du mot. We are going to try to remember that word. And you know already with what? With synonyms or similar words and etymology. Envoyer, transférer. J'envoie de l'argent au pays. I transfer or I send some money in another country. J'envoie de l'argent au pays. Je transfère de l'argent au pays. To transfer. It's quite the same. Du latin inviare, from the Latin inviare. Parcourir. Parcourir. Okay? To go through. That is the root of the word. Inviare, envoyer. Et maintenant, essayons d'utiliser ce mot en contexte. Here you are going to learn some few more words. Look at it, and you are going to know how to use it in context. Loïc, Loïc, the subject. Envoie, Loïc sends. Loïc envoie. What does he send? Un gros colis. Here a new word. Two new words. Un gros colis. Un gros colis. A big package. Loïc envoie un gros colis. Loïc sends a big package. Okay? It's quite easy. And now the phrase with the image. It's going to help you to remember the word. Loïc envoie un gros colis. Loïc envoie un gros colis. Et on continue avec la leçon suivante. And now we go to the next lesson. Et maintenant, le prochain quiz. Attention! Let's check out the next quiz. The part 3. Regardez bien le premier mot et la première image. Let's check out carefully the first word and the first image. Pauvre. Is it poor, abundant, or colorful? Because here, that image, it's poor, abundant, and colorful. So try to remember. Pauvre, it is poor. Pauvre, poor. I hope you remembered it. On continue avec la prochaine image. Let's continue with the next image and with the next words. Regardez bien l'image. The image can help you. A town hall, une boucherie, une église ou une mairie. A town hall. Une mairie, une boucherie, une église. It is not boucherie. It's where the butcher is. Ce n'est pas une boucherie. Ce n'est pas non plus une église. No, that one is a church. Une église, a church. Une mairie, a town hall. Une mairie, a town hall. And let's check out the next one. Maintenant, regardons le prochain mot et la prochaine série d'images. Un logement, a building, a housing or a window. What could it be? Logement, building, housing, window. Un logement, a housing. I am searching for a housing. Je cherche un logement. I am searching for a housing. On continue avec la prochaine image. Let's continue with the next image. Regardez bien l'image. Difficult, difficilement, difficulté, difficile, difficilement, difficulté ou difficile. Difficult. Ce n'est pas difficilement. Et ce n'est pas difficulté. Non. C'est difficile. Difficult, difficile. On continue avec la prochaine image. Let's continue with the next image. Attention, concentrez-vous. Loin de, far from, near of, in the. Loin de, far from, near of, in the. You remember? It was a phrase with the word advocate. Loin de, far from, near of, in the. Regardez bien. Far from. Far from. Loin de. On continue avec l'image suivante et avec la série de mots suivants. Remember the bear? A bear. Un ours, un cours, une bourse. Un ours, un cours, une bourse. Un ours. A bear, un ours. On continue avec le mot suivant et avec l'image suivante. Let's continue with the next word and the next image. Envoyer. To mail, to send, or to carry. To mail, to send, or to carry. You can use it really in many situations. That word, it's a general verb. Envoyer. It's not to mail. It's to send. To send. Envoyer, to send. It can also be to mail, but in some few occasions. Envoyer, in the general meaning, it's to send. On continue avec le prochain mot et la prochaine image. Regardez bien l'image. It seems, au féminin. Elle est, elle semble ou elle sème. Elle est, elle semble ou elle sème. In the feminine form. Regardez bien. It seems, in the feminine form, is she seems in French. It's with she, because it's feminine. Elle semble. Elle semble. On passe au prochain mot. Attention. Le prochain mot. Une école. A plumber, a house, or a school. A plumber, a house, or a school. When you saw that image, it was speaking of a plumber. But is it une école, a plumber? Or is it maybe a house? Or is it a school? Une école, a school. Very important words. Une école, a school. And now, let's jump to the next lesson, please. C'est parti, allons vers la prochaine leçon. Well done. Now we go for the day 16. You did the day 15 now. You're on the right track. Have a nice day. See you tomorrow. Et maintenant, notre prochain mot, c'est un mot masculin. Our next word is a masculine word, a masculine substantive, a noun. Un goût. Un goût, un goût. Try to guess what it could be. Un goût. A taste. Un goût, a taste. Un goût, attention, c'est avec un accent circonflexe. Be careful, here it's with a strange accent, yeah? Un goût. Et regardez comment cela se prononce. Look at how to pronounce it. Quite easy. Goût. 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 Yeah? Now it's your turn. Un goût. Once again. Un goût. Look carefully at my lips when I pronounce it, yes? Once again. Un goût. Great. And now let's try to remember that word through a similar word and its etymology. Un goût, un arôme. Un goût, un arôme, a flavor. Flavor or flavor. Yeah? It's the same. Un goût, un arôme. Et maintenant, d'où vient ce mot? Where does this word come from? From the Latin word gustare, goûter, to taste. Goûter, gustare, to taste. Now, we want to use it in context. Let's build a sentence together. Yeah? Ce dîner familial, here two new words. One is really easy, familial, from the family. Dîner, dîner, dîner. Dinner, really easy also. Ce dîner familial a, the verb to have. Ce dîner familial a, has. Il a quoi? Il a bon goût. Ce dîner familial a bon goût. Ce dîner familial a bon goût. This family dinner has a good taste. Good flavor. Et maintenant, une jolie image de ce dîner familial. Et voilà. Ce dîner familial a bon goût. Yes, it has. It seems. Ce dîner familial a bon goût. Et maintenant, nous allons continuer avec la prochaine leçon. Let's go to the next lesson. Et maintenant, le mot trouver. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Trouver et essayez de deviner le mot. Trouver, what could it be? Attention, plus que quelques secondes. To find. Trouver, to find. OK? Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Trouver. Trouver. And now look at how to pronounce it. Trouver. Trouver. With 2 syllables. When there is a point, yeah, a dot, it means it's another syllable. Trouver. And now please repeat after me. Trouver. Once again, trouver. Et maintenant, on continue pour essayer de se rappeler du mot. And now we continue to try to remember the words. Trouver, rencontrer. It's quite similar with to meet. Okay? To find, to meet, trouver, rencontrer. Du latin tropare, découvrir. Tropare, in Latin, it was meaning découvrir. Tropare, découvrir, to discover. So, trouver has the same root in French as découvrir, to discover. Okay? On continue maintenant avec l'utilisation en contexte. Now we continue with the context using. With the phrase Pablo, donc c'est le sujet, l'auteur. Pablo ne trouve pas, quite interesting here, ne trouve pas, I think you have guessed what it is, ne trouve pas, doesn't find, look at how to build it, ne before the verb, and pas after the verb. Here we are seeing a bit of grammar, yeah, quite interesting. Ne pas, yeah, one is before the verb, the other after the verb. In English, it is not so. Doesn't find. Everything is before the verb, okay? Here in French, no. Most of time, no. Pablo ne trouve pas de poire au marché. Pablo doesn't find what? He doesn't find pears in the market. Here we have 2 more words. Pablo ne trouve pas de poire, pears, au marché, in the market, au marché. OK? On continue et on termine maintenant avec la photographie pour se rappeler du mot plus facilement. So as to remember the word in an easy way, we have here a photography of 3 pears. How do you say 3 in French? You say trois. Trois. Okay? Trois. T-R-O-I-S. Trois. Pablo ne trouve pas de poire au marché. He can't find some pears in the market. Et maintenant, passons à la leçon suivante. Next lesson. Great effort. You are at the end of the day 16. Take care. We see us tomorrow. À demain. Et maintenant, continuons avec le mot étrange. Try to guess what it could be. Étrange. Étrange. It is strange. Étrange, strange. Look at how to write it. Et within an accent, because otherwise it would be E. Étrange, non. Étrange. Étrange. And look at how to pronounce it. Étrange. That sound here is J. J. And here we have a nasal vowel. So, you put your finger here and a bit of air has to come out of your nose when you say that word. Étrange. Étrange. C'est étrange. Et maintenant, à vous de répéter le mot. Now, you have to repeat that word, please. Étrange. Once again, étrange. Très bien. Essayons maintenant de nous rappeler du mot. Let's try to remember the word. Étrange, bizarre. C'est étrange. C'est bizarre. It's weird. Weird is a bit stronger than strange, no? In French also. C'est étrange, c'est étrange. C'est bizarre. C'est étrange, c'est bizarre. Don't hesitate to do some gesture also with your finger. Yeah? When you pronounce the words so as to be able to remember it in an easy way. Du latin extraneus. Here it's quite interesting. The word strange comes from the word stranger. If you really think about that, it's a bit weird, no? Un étranger, a foreigner, comes from the word a stranger. What does it mean? Is a stranger strange? Un étranger est-il étrange? C'est assez étonnant. Continuons maintenant avec la phrase, la mise en contexte. Let's continue with the context, the phrase. Cette femme, important word, this woman, femme, woman, this set, but in the feminine form here, yeah? C-E-T, it is the masculine form. C-E-T-T-E, it is the word this, but in the feminine form. Really important grammar point. Cette femme paraît, seems, it's a verb paraître. Cette femme paraît étrange. Regardez. Cette femme paraît étrange. This woman seems strange. And now look at the picture. Here we have a weird, a strange woman. Cette femme paraît étrange. Et maintenant, continuons avec la leçon suivante. And now, let's continue to the next lesson. Et maintenant, un autre mot important, le mot taille. C'est un mot féminin. Une taille. Une grande taille. Une petite taille. Aha, what could it be? What could it be? A size. A big size, a small size. Une grande taille, une petite taille. Une taille. Et bien sûr, c'est féminin. Beaucoup de mots féminins terminent en E. Pas tous, mais beaucoup. Beaucoup de mots féminins terminent en E. A lot of feminine words ends with E. Not all, but a lot of them. Yeah. Une taille. Look at how to pronounce it now. Taille. T-A-I. Taille. Really easy. And now repeat after me. Une taille. Once again. Une taille. Great. And now let's try to remember that words through synonyms and etymology. Une taille, une hauteur. Une hauteur. Une taille. Taille can be whatever, no? Can be, it's only size. Here we have a similar word, une hauteur, a high. It can only be in that way. Une taille, whatever. Une hauteur, in that way. Remember, don't hesitate when you learn new French words to make the gestures. Yeah? It can really help your brain to remember the words. Yeah? Une taille, une hauteur. Okay? On continue avec l'étymologie. Interesting etymology here. Du latin tagliare, from the Latin word tagliare, to cut, couper. Quite interesting. The word tie comes from the verb to cut. Interesting. And interesting why? Because it helps us to remember the word. Now we want to use it in context. Let's check the phrase. In context. Alors la phrase, cette chemise, this shirt, cette chemise est, c'est le verbe être, the verb to be, cette chemise est, is, how is it? Cette chemise est à ma taille, à ma taille. Cette chemise est à ma taille. This shirt is in my size, or it fits me. We could say in English, it fits me, yeah? This shirt is in my size. This shirt is in my size. Cette chemise est à ma taille. Et maintenant, regardons ensemble l'image. Cette chemise est à ma taille et celle-là est à sa taille. This shirt is at his size. Cette chemise est à sa taille. Cette chemise est à ma taille. Ma, sa. Mine, his. Cette chemise est à ma taille. Et continuons maintenant vers la prochaine leçon. Now let's go to the next lesson. You are really persistent. We are at day 17 and we finished the day. We see us tomorrow. Très bien. Et maintenant, une nouvelle série de questions-réponses à l'hôtel. Très important. And now some new questions and answers with the topic at the hotel. À l'hôtel, at the hotel. Regardez bien la première question. C'est parti. Let's check out the first question. Regardez bien. Attention. Il vous reste des chambres de libre? Il vous reste des chambres de libre? Do you have any vacant room left? Il vous reste des chambres de libre? La réponse, oui. Il reste une suite et une chambre double. Oui, il reste une suite et une chambre double. Yes, there remains a suite and a double room. Question suivante. L'hôtel possède aussi un restaurant? L'hôtel possède aussi un restaurant? The hotel also has a restaurant? L'hôtel possède aussi un restaurant? Oui, oui, à l'arrière de l'hôtel. Don't hesitate to do some gestures, yeah? Oui, à l'arrière de l'hôtel. Yes, at the back of the hotel. À l'arrière de, at the back of. À l'arrière de. On continue avec d'autres questions. Let's continue with some new questions, really important if you travel. Jusqu'à quelle heure est ouvert l'hôtel? Jusqu'à quelle heure est ouvert l'hôtel? Until what time is the hotel open? Ouvert, open. Really important question. Il est ouvert toute la nuit. Il est ouvert toute la nuit. It is open all night. It is open all night. Great. Il y a une réduction si je réserve plus d'une nuit. Il y a une réduction si je réserve plus d'une nuit. Is there a discount if I book more than one night? Il y a une réduction si je réserve plus d'une nuit? Malheureusement, non. Il n'y a pas de réduction. Malheureusement, non. Il n'y a pas de réduction. Unfortunately, no. There is no discount. On continue avec la dernière série de questions sur l'hôtel. let's check out the last questions at the hotel. Vous avez un service de lingerie? Vous avez un service de lingerie? Do you have a laundry service? Oui! Et il est inclus dans le prix de la chambre. Oui, et il est inclus dans le prix de la chambre. Yes, and it is included in the room's price. Oh, great. On continue. Question suivante. Les animaux. Les animaux sont-ils autorisés dans l'hôtel? Les animaux, that's an animal. Les animaux sont-ils autorisés dans l'hôtel? Are animals allowed in the hotel? Les animaux sont-ils autorisés dans l'hôtel? Oui, mais pas dans la piscine de l'hôtel. Oui, mais pas dans la piscine de l'hôtel. Yes, but not in the hotel pool. Quite strange. Et maintenant, on a fini les questions-réponses sur l'hôtel. Now, we just finished the question and answer in the hotel, and we go to the next lesson. Et maintenant, un joli mot. And now, a beautiful word. Une naissance. Et c'est bien sûr un mot féminin. It ends with a E, like many of the feminine words. Une naissance. Not always, but many of the feminine words ends with an E. A birth. Une naissance, a birth. Quite a long name in French and such a little in English. A birth, une naissance with double S, yeah? Naissance. And here we have a vowel, e, and here another one, en. Naissance, naissance. Yeah? Let's try to repeat it with me. Naissance. Now it's your turn. Naissance. And once again, naissance. Look carefully at my mouth when I say it, please, yeah? Naissance. Great. Let's try to remember that word with a similar word and its etymology. Une naissance, un accouchement, masculine word, un accouchement, accouchement, childbirth. It's exactly the same. Naissance, accouchement. Naissance, accouchement. It's a synonym, a complete synonym. Naissance, accouchement. Ça vient du latin nescentia, nativité, nativity. And now we want to use it in context with a phrase. A phrase will really help you remember the words. Remember some new words. Cette naissance, this birth, et, c'est le verbe être, the verb to be, cette naissance est, is, cette naissance est pleine de joie. Cette naissance est pleine de joie. This birth is full of joy. Pleine de, really important, you should note it down, pleine de, full of. And joy, joie. Cette naissance est pleine de joie. Cette naissance est pleine de joie. Here you are learning some new words also. And now we want to get the picture so that our brain remains it in an easy way. Cette naissance est pleine de joie. We can see the joy here on his face. Cette naissance est pleine de joie. Et maintenant, continuons vers la prochaine leçon. And now, let's continue to the next lesson. Good job. This is the end of the day 18. Keep going. We see us tomorrow. À demain. Et maintenant, le mot suivant, une gare. Une gare, c'est un mot féminin. It's a feminine word. Try to guess what it could be. Une gare, c'est quoi une gare? a train station. Une gare, a train station. Une gare. Look at how to write it. It's quite easy. And how to pronounce it, it's quite easy also. G, G, A, R. The French R. That's a bit tricky sometimes. Gare, gare, gare. Yeah. Une gare, a feminine word. And once again, it ends with an E. I did not say it's a rule, but many of the times when it ends with an E, it's a feminine word. Une gare. Now, we want to try to repeat it. Une gare. Once again, une gare. Great! And now we want to remember that word. Here we have the word une gare, une station ferroviaire. It's a complete synonym. It's exactly the same. Une gare, une station ferroviaire, a train station. Du verbe garer, from the verb to park. Garer, une gare. Garer, une gare. Et maintenant, utilisons ce mot en contexte grâce à une phrase. Let's try to use it with a phrase. La gare, the train station, the train station. La gare, la, the. Yeah. In English, once again, we don't have the difference between here the feminine or the masculine. In French, we have it. Here, la gare, it is the, but in the feminine form. La gare se trouve, la gare se trouve, is located. La gare se trouve, where? En face du musée. Here we have two new words. La gare se trouve en face du musée. The train station is located in front of the museum. In front of or facing. Yeah, facing. En face de. Facing is maybe more easy because you have here a French root. En face du musée. The museum, le musée. En face du musée. Museum, masculine word. Et on continue avec l'image. Regardez cette jolie image d'un train à grande vitesse. La gare se trouve en face du musée. Là, nous avons la gare et là, nous avons le musée. Tous les deux sont l'un en face de l'autre. Each other are facing, yeah? La gare, le musée. La gare se trouve en face du musée. I repeat, don't hesitate to make some gestures, yeah? While you learn French or every language, it's going to be easier for your brain to remember the concepts and the words and the examples and the images. Yeah? With all of that, it's going to be easy for you to remember the words forever. La gare se trouve en face du musée. And now, let's move to the next lesson. Et maintenant, continuons avec le mot descendre. What could it be? Descendre. Try to guess with the sign I just made. Descendre, what can it be? Descendre, descendre, descendre. To go down or to get off. To go down some stairs or to get off the train. It's both the same word. Descendre. Look at how to write it. It's quite a bit strange, no? Descendre. The S and the C. It's not something very common in French, yeah? Descendre. And look at how to pronounce it. It's a difficult word to pronounce because here there is also a nasal vowel, yeah? Descendre. Descendre. And now, it's your turn. Descendre, you repeat after me. Descendre. Once again, encore une fois, descendre. Great! And we continue. Now we want to remember that word with a similar word or with something else with its etymology. Descendre, tomber. Descendre, tomber. It's not a synonym, yes? It's not a synonym. But it's a similar word, yes? You can make a link between those two words. Descendre, to go down, and tomber, to fall, yeah? Tomber, to fall. Just try to make a link to remember it in an easy way. Du latin descendere, from the Latin word descendere. Descendre, to go down or to get off. To go down or to get off. Descendere, descendre, le mot latin. Et maintenant, utilisons le mot en contexte, avec donc une phrase. And now, let's try to use it in a phrase. Jean-Marc, the subject, the author, it's quite common in France, that name. Descend, Jean-Marc descend. He gets off what? Jean-Marc descend en premier. En premier, it's a new word, a new expression here in that case. En premier, de l'avion. Try to guess. Jean-Marc gets off what? The plane first. And here, once again, we can see en premier, yeah, that expression, first, it's before the noun, yeah? In the English form, it's after the noun, okay? Jean-Marc gets off the plane first. Jean-Marc descend en premier de l'avion. Really important to remember that thing also, en premier. And now, we want to get the picture. It's going to help us to remember all of that. Jean-Marc descend en premier de l'avion. Jean-Marc descend en premier de l'avion. Et nous continuons vers une prochaine leçon. And let's continue to the next lesson. We have now finished the day 19. Now, I encourage you to continue with the day 20. Et maintenant, le mot commander. And now the word commander. Try to guess what it means. Commander. What could it be? Commander, it means to order. To order. Here we have to pay attention. It has a double meaning, yeah? It's to give an order, commander, to give orders, and also to order something to eat, yeah? To order. Commander. Look at how to write it. Commander. And look at how to pronounce it. Commander. Commander. And now, it's your turn. I want you to repeat, please. Commander. Once again. Commander. Great. And now, let's continue. And let's try to remember that word, that new word that we just saw. Commander, with a similar word, passer commande. Commander, passer commande, ou bien passer une commande. To order also. It's nearly the same, yeah? It's the same. We can say it's the same in that case. Commander, passer commande. Du latin commendo, transmettre. Transmettre, commendo, to forward. The etymology of that word is to forward, from the Latin to forward. Commendo, commander. And now we want to use it in context. It's going to be far easier to remember if we have a sentence. Commander, donc, mon fils, my son, commande, orders. We don't have an S at the end here. No. Mon fils commande une tarte. Mon fils commande une tarte. I think you have already guessed here that word. It's quite the same in English, no? Une tarte, a pie. A pie, okay? Une tarte, it's like a torch, yeah? Une tarte, a pie. Mon fils commande une tarte. My son orders a pie. And now we want the image. It's gonna help us a lot also. Here it is. I want one. Seems really great. Mon fils commande une tarte. And now, let's jump to the next lesson. Et maintenant, continuons avec la prochaine leçon. Et maintenant, le mot regarder. What can it be? Regarder, 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 regarder. Regarder, to watch. To watch, regarder. Look at how to write it. Regardez comment on écrit le mot regarder. And look at how to pronounce it. Regardez comment on prononce regarder. Regardez. Regardez. And now it's your turn. You repeat after me, okay? Regardez. And once again, regardez. Great. And now we want to remember that word. And thanks to that, similar words and etymology. It will really help you to remember that. Regardez, observez. It's not exactly the same, yeah? Regarder is to watch, yeah? Observer, it's to keep an eye on or to look at something, but in a more deep way. Yeah, I hope you understand. Observer, to keep an eye on or to look deeply something. Yeah, to observe. We have the English word observe also. Observer. It comes from the Germanic warden. Germanic words, yeah, like German words, yeah. Warden, surveiller, to look at. On continue maintenant avec l'utilisation en contexte. We continue with the context. Ok, regardez, attention. Colline is the subject, the actor. Regarde, looks at. Les horaires du bus. Colline regarde les horaires du bus. Colline looks at the bus schedules. Colline regarde les horaires du bus. Colline looks at the bus schedule. Don't hesitate to make the gesture also like that when you say the whole sentence or the word, so as to remember it in an easy way. Colline regarde les horaires du bus. Ok? Et maintenant, la photo. You want to get the picture. Here it is. La photo, voilà, ça c'est Colline. Colline regarde les horaires du bus. Ok. On continue avec la leçon suivante. C'est parti. Now we continue with the next lesson. Let's go. Et maintenant, notre prochain quiz. Let's check out the next quiz with the next words and with the next images. Attention, regardez bien les images et regardez bien les mots. Et essayez de vous rappeler. Let's try to remember. Commander, to order, to bake or to cook. Commander, to order, to bake or to cook. Essayez de vous rappeler. It is not to cook, no. And it is not to bake. Commander, to order. Really important to know if you are in a restaurant. Commander, to order. Let's check out the next image and the next words. Regardons maintenant la prochaine image avec le prochain mot. Oh, comme c'est mignon. How cute it is. Mignon, cute. A birth, une réussite, une naissance, une joie. Une réussite, une naissance ou une joie, a birth. It is une naissance. Et passons maintenant au prochain mot. Let's check out the next word and the next image. Regardez bien attentivement l'image. Look carefully at the image. Un goût, a plate, a taste, a dinner. Un goût, a plate, a taste, a dinner. Which one of the three is it? It's not a plate, and it's not a dinner. Un goût, a taste. Un goût, a taste. Let's check out the next word. Regardons maintenant le prochain mot et la prochaine image. Let's check out the next word and the next image. Size. Une cravate, une chemise, une taille. Une cravate, une chemise, une taille. Regardez bien, essayez de vous rappeler, ce n'est pas une cravate, ce n'est pas une chemise, une taille, a size, une taille. Look carefully here, the three words here. Here we have une, and une. It is a feminine article. Those three nouns, those three words are feminine. Just try to remember that also. Now, let's jump to the next words. Regardez bien l'image et regardez bien les mots. Attention, faites bien attention. Regardez, regardez. To look at, to write or to walk. Regardez. To look at, to write or to walk. Which one is it? Regardez, attention. To look at. Regardez, to look at. Passons maintenant au prochain mot. C'est parti pour le prochain mot. Soyez bien attentifs à ce prochain mot. To find. Trouver, goûter ou prendre. Trouver, goûter ou prendre. To find. Which one is it? To find. It is not prendre. Prendre, to take. To find, which one? Goûter, it is not goûter. Goûter, to taste. To find, c'est le verbe trouver. To find, trouver. C'est parti pour le prochain mot. Let's jump to the next word. Regardez avec attention l'image. The image can really help you to remember. Une gare. A train station or a railway. A train station or a railway. Une gare. Try to remember. It's not a train and it is not a railway. It's a train station. Une gare ou une station ferroviaire. It's a synonym. Une gare, une station ferroviaire. Allez, on continue. Let's continue with the next image and the next words. Continuons avec la prochaine image et le prochain mot. To get off. Décoller, monter ou descendre. Décoller, monter ou descendre. Attention, ce n'est pas décoller. Non, c'est descendre. To get off, descendre. And now, look carefully at our last words. Regardez attentivement le dernier mot. Attention, soyez attentifs. Étrange, crying, sitting or strange. Which one is it? Crying, sitting or strange. Étrange, étrange, it is not crying. Étrange, it is not sitting. It's strange. Étrange, strange. And now, let's jump together to the next lesson. Allons-y maintenant directement à la prochaine leçon. You have finished the day 20. Now, I encourage you to continue with the day 21. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Et maintenant, notre prochain mot. Un horaire. Quite interesting and quite important also. Un horaire, a what? A schedule. A schedule, un horaire. Pay attention, it begins with an H that we don't hear. We don't listen to the H. Un horaire. Look at how to pronounce it. Horaire. O, r, the French R, r, e, r. Horaire. Try to repeat after me, please. Horaire. Once again, horaire. Great! And now what we want is to remember that word with the similar words and the etymology. Un horaire, une période de travail, a shift. What shift have you? That one from the morning or that one from the evening? A shift, un horaire, une période de travail. It's a similar word. Yeah? Un horaire, une période de travail. Du grec ancien aura. Du grec ancien aura. Division du temps. Time partition. Aura, time partition. Aura has given the word horaire. Aura, horaire. And now we want to use it in context, in a phrase. La piscine, it's a new word. La piscine, the swimming pool, la piscine, has, la piscine has, la piscine a un nouvel horaire. La piscine a un nouvel horaire. The swimming pool has a new schedule. And now, the last thing, we want to have it on a picture, so as to remember it easily. La piscine a un nouvel horaire. Regardez l'image. La piscine a un nouvel horaire. Et maintenant, continuons avec la prochaine leçon. Let's continue with the next lesson. Le mot suivant, le mot bien. Really an easy word. Bien. But it's a nasal vowel. Un. Bien. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Let's check out how to write it. Bien. And what does it mean? Bien. Bien. Well. Yeah. Bien. Well. Je vais bien. I am well. Je vais bien. I am well. And look at how to pronounce it in the phonetical alphabet. Bien. B. Y. Un. Nasal vowel. That's why we have that little sign here. Un. A little bit of air has to come through your nose when you pronounce it. And so as to check out if a little bit of air is coming out, you just can put your finger here and check it out. Un. Bien. Bien. Right. And now I want you to repeat, please. Bien. Once again. Bien. Great. And now we want to remember that word. We will do that through some gestures. It will really help you. So, when you say it out loud, the word bien, you also make the sign here. Bien. Je vais bien. I am well. Je vais bien. Really, do it, please. It seems a bit ridiculous when you do it, maybe when there are some people around you, but really, it will help your memory. Je vais bien. On continue donc avec un mot similaire. Let's check out a similar word. Parfait. Parfait. Bien. Parfait. Parfait. Bien. Well and perfect. Je vais bien. Je vais parfaitement bien. I am perfectly well. Je vais parfaitement bien. Je suis parfait. It means a bit something else. It means I am perfect, no? I am perfect. It's a bit different of I am perfectly well. Je vais parfaitement bien ou je suis parfait. On continue avec l'étymologie. Le mot vient du latin bene, favorablement, positively. Now we want to use it, that word, in context. It means through a phrase. Essayons d'utiliser ce mot maintenant avec une phrase. Regardez la phrase. Ce soir, ce soir, this evening. You ou il en français, ce soir, il faut. This evening, you have to. Ce soir, il faut bien dormir. This evening, you have to sleep well. Ce soir, il faut bien dormir. Et maintenant, regardons l'image qui va nous aider à mémoriser. Now, let's check out the image that will help us memorize. Et voilà l'image. Ce soir, il faut bien dormir. Dormir, the verb to sleep, at the infinitive form. Ce soir, il faut bien dormir. Et maintenant, continuons directement avec la prochaine leçon. Let's continue directly with the next lesson. Good job, you have managed to complete the day 21. Now we go for the day 22. Goodbye, we see us tomorrow. Et maintenant, le mot détester. Écoutez bien, détester. What could it be? Détester, oh, it's really hard to guess, I think. Détester, to hate. Ok? Détester, to hate. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Look at how to write it with an accent at the first E. Détester. And look at how to pronounce it. Détester. It's not détester, it's détester. Détester. Yeah? That one is A. Détester. Détester. And now repeat after me. Détester. Once again. Détester. Très bien. Maintenant, on continue. Now we want to remember that word. Let's check out that. Détester, haïr. Haïr, it's to hate plus plus. To really hate something. Really, it's stronger than détester. Haïr. And look at how to pronounce it, yes, with the double point here, double dot. Haïr. Haïr. Du latin composé par deux et testor, maudire. It comes from the verb maudire, to damn. Okay? Let's continue and use it in context. What do I hate? What do you hate? Qu'est-ce que je déteste? Qu'est-ce qu'il déteste? Mon grand-père, my grandfather. It's quite an important word here. Mon grand-père déteste, hates, le brouillard. Here we have another new word. Le brouillard. My grandfather hates fog. Yeah, the fog. He hates fog. He couldn't live in a foggy city. Mon grand-père déteste le brouillard. Et maintenant, l'image. Regardez bien l'image. Cela va vous aider à vous rappeler du mot. The image is going to help you to remember the word. Mon grand-père déteste le brouillard. He couldn't live, my grandfather, in such a countryside. Mon grand-père ne peut pas vivre dans un tel endroit. Et maintenant, continuons avec la nouvelle leçon. La prochaine leçon, next lesson. Continuons avec le mot grave. Grave, qu'est-ce que cela peut être? What can it be? Grave, regardons la traduction. Grave, serious. Grave, serious. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. G-R-A-V-E. G-R-A-V-E. Grave. But the E at the end, we don't hear it. And look at how to pronounce it. Grave, with the French R. Grrr, grave, grave, g, g, grave. And now, I want you to repeat, please. Grave. Once again, grave. And now, let's try to remember the words with with a gesture. Please do that gesture. I know it seems a bit ridiculous to do a gesture so alone, but please do it. It will really help you to remember the word. Oh, c'est grave. Oh, c'est grave. It means, oh, it's serious. Oh, c'est grave. And let's continue with a similar word. C'est fâcheux. Fâcheux. Unfortunate. Fâcheux. And the etymology of the word grave, du latin gravis. Grave ou digne. Worthy. The word grave in French comes from the word worthy, something that is serious. It can also have a double meaning, yeah? Serious has a double meaning in English, serious in the positive way and in a negative way, and grave in the French, it also has two meanings, in the positive way or neutral way, and in the negative way. It's rare, like rare, I don't like it, or it's something serious, something really like important, c'est grave. And now we want to use it in context. Maintenant, utilisons ce mot en contexte. Regardez la phrase. Look at the phrase. Ils, nous, they, to us. D'accord? They. Ils nous racontent. They tell us. Ils nous racontent. Look carefully at the place of us. Ils nous racontent. Here it's before the verb in French, and here in English it is after the verb. Ils nous racontent, they tell us. Ils nous racontent un grave problème. Ils nous racontent un grave problème. They tell us a serious problem. Ils nous racontent un grave problème. Et pour finir, l'image pour nous rappeler du mot, and to finish the image to remember the word. Ouh! Il nous raconte un grave problème. Il nous raconte un grave problème. Many problems here, we can see. Il nous raconte un grave problème. Et maintenant, continuons avec la leçon suivante. Now, let's continue with the next lesson. Well done! Now we go for day 22. You're on the right track. Have a nice day. See you tomorrow. Et maintenant, les questions-réponses. And now the question and answers. If you go for tourism in France or Canada, for example, you will have to ask some questions to the tourism office. Here, that course is made for you. Ce cours est fait pour vous. Alors, regardons maintenant la première phrase. Let's check out the first phrase. Quels sont les plus beaux sites à visiter? Quels sont les plus beaux sites à visiter? Look carefully at my mouth so as to be able to pronounce it in a good way. Quels sont les plus beaux sites à visiter? What are the most beautiful sites to visit? Et maintenant, la réponse, now the answer. Les plus beaux sites sont la plage et la vieille ville. Les plus beaux sites sont la plage et la vieille ville. La plage et la vieille ville. The most beautiful sites are the beach and the old town. La vieille ville, the old town. Now, another question. Maintenant, une autre question. Vous avez une carte de la ville, s'il vous plaît? Vous avez une carte de la ville, s'il vous plaît? Maybe you have guessed. Do you have a map of the city, please? Do you have a map of the city, please? Vous avez une carte de la ville, s'il vous plaît? Don't hesitate to make some gestures while you are making the questions, yes? Non, il ne m'en reste plus. Revenez demain. Non, il ne m'en reste plus. Revenez demain. No, I don't have any more. come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, demain. Et maintenant, on continue avec une autre série de questions. Now, let's continue with some other questions. Regardez bien les questions. Quel est le programme des activités pendant l'été? Quel est le programme des activités pendant l'été? What is the activities program during the summer? L'été de summer. And the answer? Voici une brochure qui vous renseignera. Voici une brochure qui vous renseignera. Here is a brochure that will inform you. Voici une brochure qui vous renseignera. On continue avec la prochaine question. Qui organise des visites de la ville? Qui organise des visites de la ville? Qui organise des visites de la ville? Who organizes tours of the city? Et maintenant la réponse. Now the answer. Nous-mêmes, chaque matin à 8h15. Nous-mêmes, chaque matin à 8h15. Ourselves, departure at 8:15 every morning. Et maintenant, on continue avec la dernière série de questions. Let's continue with the last series of questions. Est-il possible de louer des motos en ville? Est-il possible de louer des motos en ville? Is it possible to rent motorcycles in the town? Non, ce n'est plus possible. Mais des vélos, oui. Non, ce n'est plus possible. Mais des vélos, oui. No, it's no longer possible. But bikes, yes. Prochaine question. La météo sera bonne pour les prochains jours? La météo sera bonne pour les prochains jours? Will the weather be good for the coming days? Will the weather be good for the coming days? La météo sera bonne pour les prochains jours? Et maintenant, la réponse, no, the answer. A priori, pas de pluie, mais un peu de vent. A priori, pas de pluie. Non, pas de pluie, mais un peu de vent. Un peu de vent. Un peu de vent. At first glance, no rain. A priori, at first glance. A priori, pas de pluie, mais un peu de vent. At first glance, no rain, but a little wind. At first glance, no rain, but a little wind. A little wind, un peu de vent. Et voilà, nous avons terminé notre session de questions-réponses pour l'Office du tourisme. Here we have finished the session of question and answer. Let's continue with the next lesson. Et maintenant, un nouveau mot, le mot un prénom. Un prénom. Nous allons voir à quoi cela correspond. We will check now what it is. A first name. It's not a name, a family name, no. It's a first name. Un prénom. Look at how to write it. Un, it's a masculine noun. Prénom. Prénom. Here is how to pronounce it. Un prénom. Look at how to pronounce it here with a nasal vowel. Nasal vowel, yeah? A bit of air has to come out of here. Un prénom. Prénom. And let's do it with me. Un prénom. Once again. Un prénom. Great. And now, let's try to remember the word. Un prénom, nous allons associer ce mot à un nom de famille. The last name or the family name. Now you know how to say un prénom et un nom de famille. A name, a family name. Un prénom, un nom de famille. Du latin nosco. Du latin nosco, connaître. Nosco, connaître, to know. It's quite interesting here to know that the verb to know corresponds to the name. Someone you know is someone you know the name, etymologically. And now the word, we want to use it in context, in a phrase. Let's check what it is. Regardons maintenant la phrase ton prénom, your first name, in English you also say your name, ton prénom, et, c'est le verbe être, to be, your first name is, ton prénom est court. Remember, please do the gestures when you see a new word. Court, what does it mean? Short. Ton prénom est court. Your first name is short. Your first name is short. For example, and the example, we will see it in the picture. Roy. Roy is a short name. Ton prénom est court. Ton prénom est court. Continuons maintenant avec la prochaine leçon. Great efforts, really. You are day 23. Take care. We see us tomorrow. Et maintenant, le mot lent. Lent. What could it be? Sounds weird, no? Lent. Que veut dire le mot lent? Le mot lent veut dire slow. Lent, slow. Lent, L-E-N-T. So, for the pronunciation, it's a bit strange also. Look, lent. The T at the end, you don't hear it. When it is not with a E after it, most of the time you don't hear it. So, here it's not an exception. Lent, it ends with a T, you don't hear the T. And here, E and N, those two letters, are pronounced en, and it is a nasal vowel. It means a bit of air has to come here out of your nose when you pronounce it. Lent, lent, lent. Yeah? Now it's your turn. Lent. Once again, lent. Très bien. Et maintenant, nous voulons nous rappeler du mot. Lent, don't hesitate to make gestures, yeah? Slow, you can make that gesture. Slow, and you repeat. Lent. Slow, lent. Okay? It will help you to remember the word if you make the gestures. Okay? Lent. Un synonyme, posé. Il est lent, il est posé. Il est posé, serene. It's not a complete synonym, but it is quite similar. Lent, posé. And now the etymology. Du latin lentus, pas rapide, not fast. Et maintenant, nous voulons utiliser ce mot en contexte. Now, we want to use that word in context. So, through a phrase. Cet informaticien, this programmer, here it is the word this, but at the masculine form, because that word, programmer, in French, it is masculine. In the feminine form, it's written C-E-T-T-E. Okay? Here it is the masculine form. This programmer, cet informaticien est, this programmer is, cet informaticien est lent. Cet informaticien est lent. Il travaille lentement. He works slowly. Cet informaticien est lent. Et maintenant, regardons la photo. Let's check the photography. Regardez, cet informaticien est lent. Il est vraiment lent. He is really slow. Il est vraiment lent. Cet informaticien est lent. Et maintenant, passons à la leçon suivante. Let's jump to the next lesson. Et le mot suivant, un panneau d'affichage. Attention, c'est un long mot. It's a long word, long expression in that case. Un panneau d'affichage. What does it mean? A display panel. Un panneau d'affichage. Un panneau d'affichage. Un panneau, 2 syllables, d'affichage, 3 syllables. That sound is the sound sh. And that sound is the sound j. It's quite different. Sh, j, sh, j. Un panneau d'affichage. Now repeat after me, please. Un panneau d'affichage. Once again, please. Un panneau d'affichage. Don't hesitate to remember the word, to make also the gesture. Un panneau d'affichage. A display panel. Un panneau d'affichage. Your brain, if you do the gestures, will remember the word in an easy way. Un panneau d'affichage. And to remember it in a far better way, you can also learn a similar word like un tableau d'affichage, un panneau d'affichage, un tableau d'affichage, a notice board, it's quite the same, and its etymology. Du latin panus, morceau d'étoffe, a piece of clothing. It's quite interesting here to know also that at the beginning the notice boards were made with what? With clothing pieces. That's why the word comes from here. And now we want to use it in context. It's far easier to remember the words. Let's try to say it with a phrase. Le panneau d'affichage confirme, le panneau d'affichage confirme, reaffirms, yeah. Le panneau d'affichage confirme que mon vol est annulé. Again, do the gestures when you say the whole phrase, yeah. Le panneau d'affichage confirme, reaffirms, que mon vol est annulé. Mon vol annulé. Aïe! That my flight is cancelled. The display panel reaffirms that my flight is cancelled. What a pity. Quel dommage. Quel dommage. Regardez mon vol. Aïe! Il est annulé. Le panneau d'affichage confirme que mon vol est annulé. Quel dommage. What a pity. And now, let's move to the next lesson. You are persistent. You are really, really persistent. This is the end of the day 24, and we have really finished the day, and we see us tomorrow. Et maintenant, un nouveau mot, le mot commencer. Regardez le mot commencer. Commencer. Try to guess what it could be. Commencer, to begin or to start. Yeah, to begin, to start. Commencer, to begin. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Look at how to write it. Commencer with double M, yeah? Double M, important. Commencer. And look at how to pronounce it. Commencer. Here it's a nasal vowel, yeah? Nasal vowel. There is a bit of air when you pronounce it that has to come out of your nose. Commencer. Commencer. Okay? And now try to repeat it. It's not important if it's not perfect, yeah? Just try to repeat it. Commencer. Commencer. Once again, commencer. Great. And now we want to remember that word. Through what? Through synonyms or similar words and etymology. Look at that. Commencer, débuter. Débuter, to start off. To start something, yeah? Commencer, débuter. It's in many cases, you can use one or the other. Je commence mes exercices. Je débute mes exercices. D'accord? Du latin cum, avec, et initiare, initier. With, initiate. Yeah? In English, cum is with, and initiate, initiare in Latin. On continue avec son utilisation en contexte. We continue with the use in context. With the phrase ma fille, my daughter, important word, ma fille, my daughter. Commence, begins, ma fille commence. What does she begin? L'anglais. Ma fille commence l'anglais. You know that word. My daughter begins English. My daughter begins English. Ma fille commence l'anglais. And now, an image to remember it forever. Here it is. Ma fille commence l'anglais. Très bien. Et maintenant, on continue avec la prochaine leçon. Let's continue with the next lesson. Et le mot suivant, une randonnée. To be in a good health, you have to do what? You have to do une randonnée. Look at how to write it. Une randonnée, and try to guess what it could be. To be in a good health, what could it be? What do you have to do to be in a good health? You have to go hiking. Une randonnée, a hiking. Une randonnée, a hiking. Look at how to write it. Here it's a feminine word. And like many feminine words, it ends with a E or with E. Okay? E in French. E. Une randonnée. On continue avec la prononciation. Regardez bien. It's quite difficult here. Ran, nasal vowel. Ran, do, not da. Do, randonnée. Randonnée. Une randonnée. And now it's your turn after me. Une randonnée. Once again, une randonnée. And now, let's try to remember the words. Une randonnée. When you read the word, don't hesitate to do the gesture. Here, it could be that, for example. Une randonnée. Your brain will make a link between the gesture that you do and what you read with your eyes and what you listen when you listen to that video. Okay? Une randonnée. Une marche à pied. It's a similar word. Une marche à pied, une randonnée. A walking, to have a walk, yeah? Une randonnée, une marche à pied. L'étymologie, where does it come from? De l'ancien français, from the ancient French, randir, galoper, galoper, to gallop with horse, to gallop with a horse. Une randonnée, it comes from the word to gallop. Now we want to use it in context, with a phrase. Let's check what kind of phrase. Elle, plural feminine. Here we are doing a bit of grammar, little chunks of grammar, yes. Elle, they, but in the feminine form. In the English way, there is no feminine and masculine in that plural, yeah? In the French, yes, you have it. Elles, au pluriel. Elles font. They all do. The word all, you're going to see it later. Elles font. They do. Toutes une randonnée. Elles font toutes une randonnée. They all, toutes, do, font, une randonnée, a hiking. Elles font toutes une randonnée. Elles font toutes une randonnée. They all do a hiking. Many women that do a hiking. Elles font toutes une randonnée. Et maintenant, regardons l'image. Attention, sur l'image, combien de personnes? Ah, il n'y a qu'une personne. There is only one person on the image. Where are the other women? Maybe she's the last one. Peut-être c'est la dernière. Maybe she's the first one. Peut-être que c'est la première. Et maintenant, continuons avec la prochaine leçon. And now, continue with the next lesson. And now, our next quiz. C'est parti pour notre prochain quiz. Regardez bien les images et les mots. Look carefully at the images and the words. Regardez bien la première image, une randonnée. A hike, a path or a journey. A hike, a path, a journey. Une randonnée. Je répète, une randonnée. It is not a journey. No, no, no. And it is not a path. A hike. Une randonnée, a hike. C'est parti pour le prochain mot. Let's continue to the next word. C'est parti, regardez bien l'image. Slow. Couché, lent ou allongé. Couché, lent ou allongé. Which one is it? Slow, it is not couché. No, no, no. Ce n'est pas non plus allongé. Ce n'est pas allongé. Slow, lent. I hope you found it. Slow, lent. On continue. On continue avec la prochaine image. Regardez attentivement. Bien. Early, well, smooth. Bien. Early, well, smooth. J'espère que vous avez trouvé. I hope you found it. It's not early. No, no, no. It is not smooth. It's well. Bien. I am well. Je vais bien. I am well. Je vais bien. On continue avec le prochain mot et la prochaine image. Regardez attentivement. We continue with the next image. Serious. En colère, bondé, grave. En colère, bondé, grave. Serious. Here we have a serious problem. En colère, bondé ou grave. Ce n'est pas en colère. Et ce n'est pas bondé. C'est grave. Serious, grave. Nous avons un grave problème. We have a serious problem. On continue avec la prochaine image et le prochain mot. We continue with the next image and the next word. Royce, motel, café. Un prénom. A first name, a last name, or an ad. A first name, a last name, or an ad. Un prénom. Un prénom. It's not an ad. No, no, no. It is a first name, un prénom, a first name. On continue avec la prochaine image. Regardez attentivement l'image et regardez attentivement les mots. A schedule, un horaire, une blouse ou une coiffure. A schedule, un horaire, une blouse ou une coiffure. Ce n'est pas une coiffure. Et ce n'est pas une blouse. Non, un horaire, a schedule. C'est parti pour le prochain mot. Regardez attentivement. La nouvelle fiche. Un panneau d'affichage. A schedule, a display panel or a delay. A schedule, a display panel or a delay. Which one could it be? It's not a schedule, you already know it. It is a display panel. Un panneau d'affichage, a display panel. C'est parti pour le prochain mot. Attention, restez bien attentifs. Anglais et américain. Regardez les drapeaux, le drapeau anglais et le drapeau américain. To begin, apprendre, terminer ou commencer. Apprendre, terminer ou commencer. To begin. It's not apprendre. No, no. It is not terminer. Terminer, to finish. To begin, commencer. OK? To terminer, to finish. Commencer, to begin. C'est parti pour le prochain mot. Restez encore bien attentifs. Ce mot, c'est le dernier. That word is the last one. Détester. To search, to hide or to hate. Remember, we're speaking here of the fog. Détester, to search, to hide or to hate? Yes, it is to hate. It was easy, that one, because I helped you. Allez, on continue vers la prochaine leçon. Let's continue with the next lesson. C'est parti, et avec plein de dynamique. Good job. This is the end of the day 25. We are near of the end. Keep going. We see us tomorrow. À demain. Et maintenant, un joli mot. Le mot jeune. Jeune. Quite a strange sound here. Jeune. Regardez, ça correspond à young. Young, jeune. Look at how to write it. Here is je, ne. Jeune. But the E at the end, we don't hear it. Because here we have a consonant and here we have the E. If we have a consonant and an E at the end, most of the time, you don't hear the E. So, here it's how to pronounce it. Je, n. N. Without the E at the end. Jeune. And now, it's your turn. Jeune. Once again, jeune. Très bien. Maintenant, comment se rappeler de ce mot? How to remember that word? Through a similar word, la jeunesse. Here it's an adjective, yeah? Adjective, jeune. And here it is a substantive. You can also say noun. La jeunesse de youth. Jeune, young. D'accord? Et maintenant, voyons l'étymologie. Du latin juvenis. Juvenis, young. Là, ce qui est important, c'est maintenant comment utiliser ce mot en contexte. Now, what is important, it's how to use it in context. Le jeune chef. Here we have a new vocabulary word. Chef, it's the same in English, but you can say also cook in English. Le jeune chef, the young chef or cook, cuisine, is cooking, le jeune chef cuisine, depuis midi pile. Remember, please do the gestures with me, yeah, so as to be able to remember it easily. Le jeune chef cuisine depuis midi pile. The young chef is cooking since 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. Midi pile. Le jeune chef cuisine depuis midi pile. Here it's important to know the hour, yeah? Midi pile, 12 o'clock. Midi pile, 12 o'clock. And now we want to get the picture of that cook, of that chef. Here it's called the Frenchie. The place is called the Frenchie. Quite interesting. Le jeune chef cuisine depuis midi pile. Le jeune chef cuisine depuis midi pile. Et maintenant, continuons vers la prochaine leçon. Now, let's continue to the next lesson. Et maintenant, un mot important, le mot lire. And now, a really important word, the word lire. What could it be? Maybe you can guess. Lire, 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 it's a verb. Lire, oui, vous avez deviné. Yes, you have guessed. To read. Lire, to read. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Look at how to write it. Lire. The only difficult thing here is the French R. You see it here in the phonetic alphabet. Lire, lire. And now it's your turn. Lire. Once again, lire. Great. And now we want to remember that word. Check carefully how to remember that word. We can remember that word with an object. Please grab a book, and while you do that lecture, you have a book or maybe some books in your hands, yes, and you do the lecture. Now, a similar word, bouquiner. It's really nearly the same. It's a bit slang word, no? But it's really quite the same. Je lis un bouquin, je bouquine. Je lis un bouquin, I read a book. Je bouquine. It's also I read a book. But you can maybe say it more to a friend, no? Je bouquine. Du latin leggere. Here we have the etymology, really interesting here. Leggere. Leggere in Latin means recueillir, to collect. And what is reading? What is reading? Reading is collecting some information. So, really interesting, and it will help you to remember the word. Now, next thing, we want to use that word in context. Regardez maintenant l'utilisation en contexte de ce mot. Nous avons ici tout d'abord le sujet, first the subject, Benoît, le subject. Benoît lit, he reads or he is reading. Benoît lit, reads, à la bibliothèque. Benoît lit à la bibliothèque. Benoît reads at the library. Benoît lit à la bibliothèque. Benoît reads at the library. And now we continue with the picture. On continue maintenant avec l'image qui va vous permettre de retenir le mot. It will also help you to remember the word. Here we have Benoît. Here. Benoît lit à la bibliothèque. Benoît lit à la bibliothèque. And now we go to the next lesson. C'est parti. Now you have finished the day 26. Only 2 days left. I encourage you to continue with the day 27 tomorrow. Bye-bye. I hope you won't use that word. Un commissariat. J'espère que vous n'allez pas utiliser ce mot. Why? Regardez la traduction. Un commissariat a police station. I hope you won't go there when you are, for example, in France on holidays. Un commissariat. Un commissariat. Regardez, c'est un nom masculin. Un commissariat. Et maintenant, la prononciation. Co, not co, not co, co. Commissariat. Commissariat. And now, it's your turn. Commissariat. Encore une fois, once again. Commissariat. Très bien. On continue. Et maintenant, on va essayer de se rappeler du mot. We are going to try to remember the words. Un commissariat, une gendarmerie. It is a similar word. In France, here a bit of culture. In France, we have more than 2 police, yes? One of the police is of the city, where there is the commissariat. And the other police is gendarmerie. It's the military police, and it is nearly always outside of the city. Commissariat in the city, gendarmerie out of the city. Yeah? And it is also the military police. La police militaire, c'est la gendarmerie. Et maintenant, regardons l'étymologie. Where does that word come from? Quite interesting here. Du latin commissum, from the Latin word commissum, commettre une faute. Commettre une faute. Commissum, commettre, to commit. To commit a mistake, to make a mistake, commissariat. It will really help you to remember the word. Commit a mistake, commissariat. So here, the etymology really helps you to remember the word. Now, we want to use it in context. Let's check a phrase, a complete phrase, where we use that word. Le commissariat, here it's the subject. The police station. Le commissariat est. Le commissariat est. The police station is. Le commissariat est bien gardé. The police station is well kept. The police station is well kept. Bien gardé. Bien. Well. Gardé. Kept. And now, let's have a look at the photography. That will also help us to remember the word. Regardez. Le commissariat est bien gardé. Le commissariat est bien gardé. No one can come in here. Non, non. Personne ne peut rentrer. Et maintenant, allons-y. Continuons avec la leçon suivante. Now, let's continue with the next lesson. Et maintenant, le mot suivant. Un mot intéressant. Le mot moche. 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 It sounds weird, no? Moche. Cela sonne un peu bizarre. Ugly. Moche, ugly. Look at how to write it. M-O-C-H-E. Sh. That 2 letters make the sound sh. Sh. Regardez la prononciation. Moche. It's not moche. No, it's moche. More open, the O. Moche. Et maintenant, c'est à votre tour. Now, it's your turn. Moche. Encore une fois. Moche. Et on continue et on essaye de se rappeler du mot. We continue and we will try to remember the word. Moche with a similar word, laid. Here it is really a synonym. Moche, laid, bad looking. Cela est moche, cela est laid. Ou il est moche, il est laid. He is ugly, he is bad looking. Yeah? In his face. Oui. C'est un dérivé de amocher, le verbe amocher qui veut dire abîmer. Abîmer, amocher, moche, to damage. And now we want to use it in context. Maintenant, nous allons utiliser ce mot en contexte dans une phrase. Ce théâtre, this theater, attention aux accents, ce théâtre est le verbe être, the verb to be, this theater is, ce théâtre est vraiment moche. Ce théâtre est vraiment moche. This theater is really ugly. Don't hesitate when you say the phrase to do the gestures also with your face. This theater is really ugly. Ce théâtre est vraiment moche. And you can say it when you look at the picture also. Et vous pouvez aussi répéter cela quand vous voyez l'image. This theater is really ugly. Ce théâtre est vraiment moche. Allez, on continue vers la prochaine leçon. Let's go, let's jump to the next lesson. And now, the verb vouloir. Vouloir. Try to guess what it means. It's a super important word. Vouloir, vouloir, vouloir. To want. To want. So, really important. Look at how to write it, vouloir, and look at how to pronounce it, vouloir. 2 syllables, yeah? Vouloir. Vouloir, with the French R that you see here. Vouloir. And now, repeat after me. Vouloir. Once again, vouloir. Great! And let's remember that word with etymology and with similar words. Vouloir, solliciter. It's quite upper French, if we can say so. Quite upper French. Vouloir, solliciter, to request. Vouloir, to want. Solliciter, to request. Solliciter. Du latin volere, vouloir, to want. From the Latin volere. And now we want to use it in context. Because that verb, we are going to use it a lot. Like the verb to want in English, yeah? La secrétaire, je répète, la secrétaire, le sujet. The assistant, here we have a new word. La secrétaire veut, she wants, the assistant wants, what does she want? Fixer un rendez-vous. Elle veut fixer un rendez-vous. La secrétaire veut fixer un rendez-vous. The assistant wants to set a meeting. To set a meeting or a rendez-vous. Un rendez-vous. La secrétaire veut fixer un rendez-vous. And now, let's check the picture so as to remember the word in an easy way. Here is the assistant. La secrétaire veut fixer un rendez-vous. Quite easy. And now, let's go to the next lesson. We are near of the last day. Only 1 day left. Really, you did now a good job. Goodbye and we see us tomorrow. Et maintenant, le mot facile. Je répète, facile. Facile, try to guess. What could it be? It's easy. It's really easy. Facile. It is the word easy. It was a joke. On continue. Le mot facile, regardez comment cela s'écrit. Facile. But the E at the end, here you have a consonant, here you have a E, a vowel. You don't hear it. Facile. Facile. Look at how to pronounce it in the phonetical alphabet. Facile. Facile. And now it's your turn. Repeat after me. Facile. Once again. Facile. Great. And now we want to remember the words through etymology and similar words. Facile. Aisé. Simple. Facile. Aisé. Et regardez l'étymologie. Ce mot vient du latin facere. It comes from the Latin word facere. Faire. Faire. To do. Faire. To do. On continue avec l'utilisation en contexte. With a phrase. It's going to be far easier to remember the words. Regardez la phrase, s'il vous plaît. Boucher. Boucher, butcher. Boucher, c'est le sujet. Butcher n'est pas. Look at how to do with the verb to be, how to do the negation. N'est pas. N'est pas. Is not. Boucher n'est pas. N'est pas quoi? N'est pas un emploi facile. Boucher n'est pas un emploi facile. Boucher n'est pas un emploi facile. Butcher is not an easy job. Emploi, job. Butcher is not an easy job. Très intéressant, regardez comment se forme la négation. Le verbe ne pas. Ne pas. And here in English, is not. Yeah, it's not built in the same way. Try to remember how you build it. Boucher n'est pas un emploi facile. Et maintenant l'image. Et maintenant l'image pour mieux se rappeler. And now the image to remember it in an easy way. Here we have two butchers, yeah, who are cutting some meat. Ici, nous avons deux bouchers qui coupent, qui coupent de la viande. Boucher n'est pas un emploi facile. Boucher n'est pas un emploi facile. Et maintenant, continuons vers la prochaine leçon. Now, let's go to the next lesson. Et maintenant, le mot suivant, le mot chercher. Chercher. What could it be? Chercher. Try to guess. Chercher. It's a bit like the English word to search. To search, chercher. Okay? It's a bit similar. Allez, on continue. Regardez comment cela s'écrit. Look carefully how to write it. That is the sound sh. That is the sound r. That is the sound sh. And that is the sound e. Oh, you're gonna tell me. But here that sound, why isn't it the same as that sound? Chercher. It's because here it is at the end of the verb. And here, those kind of verbs that end with er are the group 1, the first group of verbs in French. Please remember it. It will help you when you go further in your French learning and you are going to do some grammar. Okay? Chercher. And now look at the phonetic writing. Chercher. Chercher. Here it's the French R. Here it's the sound sh. Here is the sound e. Chercher. And now it's your turn. Chercher. Once again. chercher. Great. And now we want to remember that word. Look carefully how to remember that word. You can do it, for example, with gesture, like I did before. While you do that lecture, at some moments you do that same gesture. You make as if you were searching for something. Chercher. Okay? So your brain will make a link between a gesture that you did and a word that you are learning. Chercher. And now a similar word. It's not a synonym, it's a similar word. Yeah? It has the same root. Rechercher. Rechercher, to investigate. Chercher, to search for something, and rechercher, to investigate. Okay? On continue maintenant avec l'étymologie. Super interesting, the etymology, and really helpful. Du latin circare, autour de, around. But you know what? Here we have also an English word that has the same root, the same Latin root. It's the word circle. Circle. When you search for something, you search around a circle. Yeah? It can really help you to remember the word. Now, we want to use it in context. Let's go to the next part of the lecture. Continuons avec la leçon suivante. Regardez, Anna. Anna, c'est le sujet de la phrase, c'est the subject of the phrase. Anna cherche. Anna cherche. We don't have an S here at the end. No. Anna cherche, searches, or is searching for, to be more precise. Anna cherche des petites boutiques. Anna is searching for little shops. Anna cherche des petites boutiques. Here at the plural form. Yes? And we have here des. Des. Here we don't have an article, but in French we have des. Okay? On continue maintenant avec l'image. Let's continue with the image. Regardez bien Anna. Oh, qu'elle est jolie Anna, en train de faire les boutiques. Anna cherche des petites boutiques. Anna cherche des petites boutiques. On continue vers la leçon suivante et on garde la motivation. Let's continue to the next lesson. Et maintenant, le prochain quiz. And now, the next quiz. Faites bien attention aux images et aux mots. Look carefully at the images and at the words. Regardez bien la première image et le premier mot. Un commissariat. Un commissariat. A meeting. An embassy. A police station. Which one is it? Which one is it? It is not a meeting. No, they are not doing a meeting here. No. And it is neither an embassy. It is a police station. Un commissariat, a police station. On continue. C'est parti pour la suite avec le prochain mot. Regardez bien. Easy. Is it sale, facile ou propre? Sale, facile, propre. Easy. Which one is it? Here we have a butcher. Sale, it is not. Facile, yes it is. Easy, facile. Easy, facile. On continue avec le prochain mot et la prochaine image. Regardez attentivement. Regardez bien cette jolie dame chercher. To carry, to search for, or to dress up. Chercher. Listen carefully, it may help you. Chercher, to carry, to search for, or to dress up. Devinez, rappelez-vous, remember. It is not to carry. And it is not to dress up. It is to search for. to search for something. Chercher quelque chose, to search for something. On passe au prochain mot. Restez bien attentifs. Regardez l'image et le mot to want. Attendre, appeler ou vouloir. Attendre, appeler ou vouloir. À votre avis, you have to choose. Ce n'est pas attendre. Attendre, to wait. Ce n'est pas attendre. Et ce n'est pas appeler. Appeler, to call. Here, to want. To want, vouloir. Je veux manger. I want to eat. Je veux manger. On passe au mot suivant. C'est parti. Regardez attentivement. On arrive vers la fin. Moche. Ugly, empty, well-ordered. Ugly, empty, well-ordered. Moche. C'est moche. It is ugly, it is empty, or it is well-ordered. Well-ordered, no. It is ugly. Ce théâtre est moche. This theater is ugly. No, it has no colors. Ce théâtre est moche. Regardons le mot suivant avec l'image suivante. Nous sommes ici dans une bibliothèque. To read, lire, ranger ou ordonner. Lire, ranger ou ordonner. Really important word. It is not ordonner. Ordonner, no. It is what? Lire. To read, lire. I read a book. Je lis un livre. Regardons directement le mot suivant. Nous arrivons à la fin du quiz. Jeune. Famous, young or occupied. Here we have the last word of the quiz. Jeune, famous, young, occupied. Famous, young or occupied. It is not famous. Maybe he is, but in that case, no. Jeune, it is young. Jeune, young. Great! I hope you did well with that quiz. Well done, really well done, and congratulations. You did it right, and we see us in the next lecture.